Welcome. It is so weird being back after all this time. um, I didn't think that it would make a difference, but it's been it's been 7 weeks, and it really feels funny to be back. But I have missed being live. I didn't think I'd miss it so much, but I really did, and I missed everybody. So, I don't know how long it'll be tonight because I'm still recovering after 7 weeks in bed with very little movement. It's hard. It's really hard. It's hard for me to get moving, and I had to move around my normal activities by myself, whereas in the hospital I had help. So my body aches. It's not used to it. Getting dressed with this big boot on is not easy, and I can't take it off because it's so hard to get on and off because I'm not able to even put my shoes on. So imagine trying to put this big thing on, and it weighs a ton. It doesn't look like it, but it weighs a ton. So, oh, thank you, BA. I missed you guys too. And, if I had a private room and there weren't people running in and out all the time, it might be one thing to have tried it on my phone because I don't know exactly how that would work. But I had a person with dementia, and she did nothing but either scream, cry, or talk to people that weren't there. So there was no way I could do this in the hospital. Not at all. So I got no writing because I tried doing it in the beginning with Google Docs. I even got my daughter to send me my document in Google Docs because it was in Word. But it was so hard to do on the phone, and I just got so frustrated, I just gave up on it finally. So now I have to go back to what I was doing and figure out what I was doing and go back to it. So it's been, I guess, about six weeks or so. I was in the hospital 7 weeks almost. So either between 5 and 6 weeks since I've written anything on any of my stuff because it was just so difficult. So Charlie was talking last night about how long before I was actually streaming again. I said, I'm really itching. I wanted to do it the night I came home, but I'm pretty sure my daughter would have frowned on that, and she was with me till pretty late that night. So I had to restrain myself, and then I didn't do it. So we got, I came out Thursday. So Friday, I just watched Charlie's. I didn't do anything. And I said, now Saturday, I'm gonna head and try it because I have so much to do, and I want to get back to writing. I missed it so much. You don't imagine how much you miss it till you can't do it. It's one thing to say I don't feel like writing, but when you want to write, but there are obstacles in your way, that makes it a little bit harder. So I popped in and out of some of the streams off and on. It's hard for me to maneuver around in YouTube on the phone. It's so difficult. I mean, some apps are easier, but YouTube I find very difficult. But I popped into a few every now and then, and even managed to make some comments. So I haven't been totally out of. Hi, Laura. I'm home. I couldn't wait any longer. And I saw that you aren't getting the puppy right now, but he is it's a he, right? I think so cute. I popped into the Discord and saw the pictures of them. So I don't know. I may have popped into one or so of your streams. I popped into a few of them. It was hard because there was so much distraction in there. I was just telling BA that I had a patient with dementia as my roommate. I got no sleep, but it was hard to concentrate on try to listening to anything with her either screaming, crying, talking to people that weren't there, trying to get out of bed when she can't even walk and afraid she was going to fall on me because she was pulling on the curtains. They had mattresses around her because she fell out of bed, but they don't have rails on the bed to keep them in. I mean, you know, they should have had at least a few rooms with rails because they couldn't keep her in the bed and she couldn't walk, and she'd grab a hold of the curtain and try to pull herself up. And I half expect her to land on top of me. Yes, he's adorable. I'm not a big dog person, but that pictures that I've seen of him are so cute. And puppies are always cute anyhow. It doesn't matter what kind of puppy it is. A puppy is so cute. No, it was one of the worst experiences of my life. And I have debated whether to report him to the state or not. But I've had a few people say that it's probably not a good idea because they just kind of stick together and probably nothing will get done. And I know my sister's always fighting with the nursing home my dad's in, same kind of situation. He was even in this one at one time. They have long-term as well as rehab. And I was in the one he's in currently for rehab too. And the situation wasn't as bad as it was here. I mean, their excuse was they were shorthanded. But my answer to that is if you don't have enough people, shut down a wing or two. Don't fill all the beds up if you don't have enough people, because the situations it created were terrible. And I know my dad had trouble when he was in there too. And now he's in a nursing home, so it's even worse. Hey, yay, Charlie. See, I made it to Saturday. I'm sitting here thinking, what am I going to do tonight? I don't feel like it. I said, I managed to control myself last night because I thought about asking you to let me on. And I thought, no, behave yourself. Just I have so much writing to catch up on, as I was trying to say earlier, because, you know, I just couldn't use the phone. Even though I had the document, finally my daughter sent it to put it on Google Docs for me. Doing it on the phone was just driving me crazy. So I have withdrawal from writing. I really want to get back to writing. It's nice to see everybody. I have missed you guys so much. I mean, I did pop into a few streams every now and then, but I was so distracted with the nutty woman next to me. I know she can't help it. She has dementia. But, you know, it's one thing when it's your family. It's another thing when it's somebody you don't know. I mean, I wanted to go over there and throttle her. Charlie says I am on Saka's birthday stream, but we are sprinting. So I wanted to see how you were doing. Well, thank you for stopping by and for thinking about me. It was funny, and when I signed into last night, I saw Megan get all excited and say, Tessa's here, Tessa's here. Which is always nice to see that people are happy to see you. I just realized that everybody was talking about their anniversaries. I started mine April 22nd. So my anniversary, I couldn't have done anything about it anyhow. I was in the hospital then, so that was my anniversary. I don't know if I'll announce it or not. I'll belated anniversary. I'm not doing super wonderful. I mean, I have to constantly worry about falling on this thing. I mean, if I was younger and better shape and not, you know, in the shape I'm in now, maybe I can handle a boot without too much trouble. But, you know, it's constantly throwing me off balance, and you got to walk on your heel. And I haven't been totally even the whole time. And that's another thing. So somebody was telling me sometimes that may cause it. The doctor said 6 weeks, but it may be longer. I'm like, no, please, no. I want to get off of this thing. And it's hard getting dressed with this thing on. Believe me, it was difficult enough before I had this big, huge boot on. You were shocked that you have done YouTube for a year. So I am going to celebrate. Yeah, because we all started around the same time. All of us were just about at the same time. We became a little group together because we all started about the same time. I might do something. I have to think about it. Right now, I just wanted to make up my thumbnail and everything so I could set this up for tonight. Yeah, I'm struggling, and my aide quit while I was in the hospital. So I don't even have an aide to help me anymore. So everything is probably going to be a mess in here because I can't do much about it. And every time I drop something, I'm not supposed to bend over and pick it up because it's liable to throw my balance off. And I mean, I have trouble with balance otherwise. Anyhow. And it's like you drop things. Some things I have to pick up. Some things I'm leaving where they fall, but some things you just can't do that way. And they made me come home with a wheelchair. I mean, she said you have to have it. So now I have a wheelchair if I ever get to a point where I'm going to go far and don't think I can hobble along, but it's taking up a lot of room. So I can't wait to get back to writing again. Really missed it. Let's see. I have to remember how all this stuff works. I haven't used it. Okay. Laura says, any idea how long until you can get a new aid? Absolutely no idea at all. I've spoken to my Medicaid, not Medicare, Medicaid, which is the state aid. I guess it's Medicaid throughout the United States, but I'm not sure. I have a care manager, and I said, you know, it's really important. And she knew because I qualify for an aid for 20 hours a week. And she knows how hard it is, and she knows how hard it is to get one. So she put out all the referrals to all the agencies in the area, not just the old one I had, to see if anybody has somebody. So now I just have to wait, and I'm kind of stuck with you know, no aid. It's not. I have to. That's why they made me stay so long, because I had to be able to do everything that somebody would help me with, because I'm alone. That's why it took so long, because they wouldn't just let me go. When I finally figured out how to walk on the boot, they made me stay and learn how to dress myself. It's really weird using sticks and stuff to. Oh man, it wasn't fun. Charlie says I have a thing to reach down and pick things up because my back is so messed up. Well, I had one of those, but it won't pick up certain things. And it's not so good if you reach over your head and pull a can out of the cabinet, because it's liable to land on your head. But I had to get another piece too, and it's a stick, and it has a hook on the end, and the hook I have to use to lift the boot up. And my bed's higher than the hospital bed, so it's hard for me to get my foot up on the bed. And I realized that afterwards, trying to get dressed, it was easier to get dressed without the boot on, but then I had to put the boot back on because I tried to sleep, and then I had to get up and go to the bathroom, and I'm sitting there in the dark trying to put the boot on because I can't walk on it. So I'm like, no, back to the boot. Boot stays on. Can only take it off the shower. And when we got home, found out I can't shower either, because my daughter tried to help me get into the shower. There was no way. So I'm kind of screwed for right now. But yeah, I have the reacher and I have the other piece because I have to try. Sometimes I drop things like clothing I can pick up with the other piece. But it wasn't easy. Getting dressed is definitely not. It's really horrible. Charlie says wheelchairs aren't fun. I hope not to be in another one for a long time. No, it really is difficult. We tried it, and I was trying to move around in here, and one, it's not set up for a wheelchair. It is too close to space, and it has carpet, which makes my arms aren't that strong. So for me to even move it is hard. So yeah, I mean, eventually I know I'm going to end up being in one, but I hope to wait a while longer before I have to. I have to use a walker. I mean, I can't go without the walker, but I don't need the wheelchair right now. But she insisted I take it. I'm like, all right, fine. And just like super huge. Charlie says we have one that is a really strong magnet on a stick for some of that. Oh, I don't have one of those. I just have one with the prongs to grab around. And I tried to grab something out of the cabinet and it came crashing out. I'm like, I'm not doing that again. I just missed hitting my head, bounced off the counter, hit the floor, could have, hit my feet. Like, yeah. I made my daughter pull everything out of my cabinets and put them on the counter. Because they're made for people that are 7 or 8 foot tall anyhow. And so I could barely reach the very first of the lowest cabinet, very beginning of it. So I made her take everything out and put it on the cabinet. Because there's no one here to do it. But it's interesting what's out there that you don't know about until you go through like a rehab program or something, like, or even I get a home health nursing service for a short period of time, and they do physical therapy and stuff, occupational therapy usually, and they tell you the kind of items that are available that you don't always know about. So I'm learning about all these gadgets for disabled people, but it's really wearing, really wearing. So I have to open my documents. I have Word open, but I didn't open the document. I was looking for a document earlier and I couldn't find it. I couldn't even get my computer to start right away. I don't know what was wrong with it. I had to finally shut it down and just let it sit for a while, like a regular full shutdown, and let it sit for a while. I didn't restart it. Do a restart. I did a complete shutdown, and something was messed up in it. It seems to be working now. Okay. Well, I don't know how many of you are actually going to stay. I know Charlie's on another stream. I'm going to go ahead and start a sprint here in a few minutes. Charlie says, I am line editing and the words are fighting me all the way. Yeah, I was supposed to be doing the beta readers critiques and fixing that, and then I decided to change my story. So I had to start from the very beginning, and of course I found a lot of mistakes. I still, after all the time it's been read, the mistakes are still missed. I went in and fixed my hair's a mess. It's sticking out all over my head. So I'm going word by word again, and when I started over at the hospital on trying to use my phone, I started and then I ended up changing things again. I'm like, every time I read this thing, I change things around. So yeah, I know what you mean about the words fighting. I guess I'm kind of line editing, but I also have all the beta stuff still to go through. because that's what I was doing, because I was going to have a regular, editor go over it for at least the first book. And I was worried. I said, oh, I'm never going to get it done, because I was still in the hospital when my deadline was up. Well, turned out she was in the hospital too. She got sick with COVID, plus other problems. So she said, don't worry about it. I'm not ready to do anything now either. So works out anyhow. I have a new deadline for that. But I'm going to have it done. Even though I'm not publishing it, I'm publishing it on my blog. So I'd like to have it ready in case I do decide to publish the book at some point in my future. I can't right now, like I said, because of Medicaid. If I go over my income, I could screw myself big time. So I'm not doing it. Laura is looking through anthologies, looking for stories right now to figure out what to write next. I guess that's a good idea. Give you an idea based on somebody else's. Definitely a good idea. Another short story. I know you kind of switched mostly to short stories now. I mean, I have to get caught up on my blog. So, I did a couple, not stories, but a couple of prompts that were more, about my life, kind of not story blog. I haven't even attempted to write anything yet. So, yeah, that's a good idea. Looking through anthologies for stories. I used to go through the newspapers looking for things. Of course, now it's not many newspapers around. Magazines. But everything's online, so you can just go through so much stuff online. I read all the stories in the anthology you were published in. And I don't know if I told you, I finally read your story. It was pretty neat. With Jack Frost. And I saw where you got accepted for a few more. So that's congratulations on that. Okay, well, let's start a sprint. Boy, remember how to do that? Oh, I didn't set the timer up yet. Let me remember how to do this. He's like, oh, I haven't done this forever. Timer. There it is. Share. All right. I gotta reset it. 25 minutes. That seems to be the mid between most people's 25. So, it's either 20 or 30. So I'll put it at 25. And we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And it's there. I did it right. Yay. Let's get this off there. And let's see. All righty. So I will see you all in 24 minutes. I just muted myself. I saw Courtney. Hi, Courtney. Yeah, I'm back. I missed you guys. I missed all of you. I'm so glad to see you. I saw you a couple times in sprints. In other people's live streams when I checked in a couple times. And I just started the sprint, so you're right at the beginning. So I'll talk to you in 23 minutes now. Thank you. So nice to be missed. All right. So I had done some work on the document while I was in hospital. So I have to compare the two documents and put the changes in my Word document, which I'll go back to using Word now that I hated the other one. Google Docs I really do. So until I know I'm past the point of having made changes, I have to go piece by piece down the two documents so I can find the changes that I made. Because of course, every time I do it, I change something. I always have to change something. Hello, CB. Nice to see you. We just finished the sprint. Guess I should turn that banner off. Me and the banners. That one back. So CB's here. And CB got 130 words. Yay. How'd the rest of you do? BA made some flashcards. That's cool. There's so much you can do nowadays that we used to have to always go out and buy. You can make them yourself now. And Courtney said, I did some reading and I'm about to go to the park to write. Oh, wow. Well, it's getting sunnier here, but we just had a major thunder shower. I mean, it was, the wind was shaking the windows and the thunder was loud. So we just had a bad storm. But writing in the park, that's got to be nice. I haven't been outside. It's been 7 weeks almost in the hospital. Came out briefly to come home, and now I haven't been out. So I have no idea what it's doing out there. Having a hard time clearing my throat. So it's nice to be back in my story again, even though I have a lot of other things I should be doing. I wanted to at least get started with it because I haven't touched it in so long. And like I said, it's one thing if you're not writing because you don't want to write, but when you're not writing because there's an obstacle in your way, it's a little bit different. And I was really missing my writing. I started even putting games on my cell phone, which I don't normally do. Don't play games much anyhow, but I was getting so bored. I was tired of reading. I was tired of this, tired of that. So I'm playing games on my phone. My phone's full of games now. So word-wise, I only put I changed a few sentences. I don't think I made any major changes. It's just little things that I decided were better, or maybe the sentences would be better if they were worded differently. Because I'm starting to learn from writing so much. I'm starting to pick things up, and I know I word my sentences strangely. And it's like, there's a shorter way of writing that sentence, and I go the long way. So I am starting to pick up some of those instead of, writing awkwardly, which is really weird. So I guess we might as well move on to the next sprint. There's not too many people here, so there's not a lot of comments, and I really should eat something, so I think I'll use this sprint to get something to eat. And yeah, I can't think of anything. My skin is so dry. Inside my boot is a mess because my skin is so dry. And it's always on, so it's just rubbing that dry skin off all over the place. I really need to vacuum in here, but I don't vacuum anymore. I don't have an aid to do it, so I have patches of skin everywhere you look because it's just flaking off. And I have piles and piles of paperwork that I still have to go through between all the mail that piled up while I was gone and all the doctor appointments I had to cancel and ones I have to reschedule and some that I missed. I found out I missed. I tried to cancel everything I could find, but I didn't know them all. I didn't have them in my mind, and I'll keep a calendar on my phone, which my daughter keeps telling me you wouldn't have that problem if you use the calendar. And I know she's right, but I'm just not comfortable using it. So I missed a doctor appointment. I'm like waiting for that. I'm like, they didn't send me a bill. And I called and I talked to her and I said, I need to reschedule it. And I was waiting for her to say, you know, I owe them money. But I told her I was in the hospital. I just gotten out. And she was, that's fine, and reschedule my appointment. But if I can't get the boot off, I'm not going because I don't have a way to go. It's not like I have a driver waiting around. And I'm afraid to get in the, I might be able to drive with this boot on in my car. It's small, so I don't know if there's enough room. But I don't feel comfortable driving with the boot. It's on the left foot, so it's not like it would hinder my driving. I don't have a clutch or anything like that, you know, so it's just a regular pedal, not a clutch to worry about. But I don't know. Depending on how long he says I have to wear the boot, I may have to try driving because there's a lot of things I need to do and I can't do it because I don't have somebody to take me. I mean, I had to make arrangements for the visit to the doctor who's going to tell me whether I could take the boot off or not. So I did make those. My grandson is available at the moment, but he won't be around forever. He's going to college, so he will be going to another state across the country from where I am. But right now, he's done some driving for me, but I don't want to be asking him to drive me all over the place. You know, he'd probably do it. I'm sure he would, but that's beside the point. All right, so let's start another sprint. Let me see. I'm going to get something to eat, and then I can probably eat and look at compare my document. So I can probably do both. So I'm going to let me start the timer. Let's see, timer. Reset it. All right, we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. My voice is very, I'm having trouble. I got really sick in the hospital and they wouldn't give me anything. And I was like really congested, had a horrendous cough, which got me more COVID tests and a chest x-ray, which I needed a decongestant and a cough medicine. And like they were just so uncooperative. And so my voice is like really froggy right now because it's not completely gone. Okay, so I'll see you guys in 24 minutes. Hi, Jen. Missed you. Glad to see you. We're sprinting right now, and I'm getting ready to eat something real quick. But I actually started working on my writing. I didn't want to hold out any longer, even though I have a lot of other stuff I have to do. I mean, almost 7 weeks in hospital, a ton of mail to deal with, and lists to make of calls I have to make. I have a ton of calls to make. I'm still making them. And appointments that are being made. And that reminds me, I got one I didn't write down. And one on Wednesday. I don't know what time. For physical therapy. So I will get back to my doing. I still have quite a cold, or whatever it was I caught. Congested and coughing pretty bad. But I had a chest x-ray and, of course, multiple, like over 14 COVID tests while I was there. So they don't have COVID. But my voice is really funky right now because of this, the mucus in my chest is kind of in my throat. It's making it hard to clear. So physically, I'm tired. I'm sore because after 7 weeks in bed and get up and start moving around, muscles that haven't worked are sore. And this boot weighs a ton, and it's a mess. And getting dressed and all by myself without any help, because I don't have my aide any longer. She quit while I was in the hospital. And they're having a hard time finding one because right now it's hard to get aides because they don't want to work because of COVID. So we'll see how that goes. So I'm tired. As I said, I don't know how long I'll be streaming, but I couldn't wait any longer. I was staying this. I was going to do it Thursday night when I got home, but my daughter stayed with me till pretty late. So I figured, well, I guess I'm not doing it tonight. She'd be mad if she found out if I did. She might be mad if she found out I'm doing it now. I don't know. But I couldn't wait any longer. I missed you guys. So let me get back. I will see you in 15 minutes. Okay. Well, that time went fast. I did eat. Um, had to take care of making sure I put the insulin pump on when I came out of the hospital. Because my sugars are really high in there, and they don't do things the way I would do to keep them lower. So um, I had to put that back on, and so right now they seem pretty good. So I think I got them a little bit under control. While I was eating, I was comparing the two documents, and I think I'm close to where I, stopped writing, so I can stop comparing two documents. Well, I will be comparing two documents because I have the beta reader stuff to go through still, but I can stop this one anyhow. So how did you guys do? CV got 100 words. Good job. I added a few words here and there, but I'm not really at the part where I have to really write. I'm doing corrections right now. And I got an extension on my deadline because turns out that the editor I had got sick the same time I was. It was in the hospital and then got COVID. So she's behind too. So she's not doing anything till July 1st. So that's my new deadline. So I should have enough time to get writing. Hopefully I'll have it done. If I one of these days I got to stop because every time I read through it, I change things. One of these days I'm going to have to say, okay, enough, stop. Or I'll be doing this the rest of my life because I keep changing it every time I read it. Jana says, I will write during the next sprint. Well, that's cool. You probably got quite a few books done while I was gone. I can't believe it ended up being almost 7 weeks. I never would have thought. I didn't even think they were going to let me out of there. I'm like, I'm getting the boot off soon, and if you don't, let me go home, then I learned all this stuff, and I'm going to have the boot off. What's the sense of making me do all that stuff? CB says, I'm watching a documentary about 9/11 while writing. Oh gosh, when that first happened, I was so involved in it. I couldn't stop watching it. And I would spend all day, every day, just watching because they were running, documentaries, news, the same thing over and over again. And I couldn't stop watching it. And I was like, I got PTSD from that really bad because I lived near an airport and we were in the flight line. And every time I heard an airplane go over, I would cover my ears and just wait for the bang and for it to come crashing down. It took a long time. I'm okay now. I can watch planes without it. I've even been on a plane since then. But at the time, I thought it was going to be. I didn't know if it would ever go away. And I was holding on to all the papers and the books I had bought on it. And I finally decided that the only way I was going to break out of that was to get rid of that stuff and stop watching, because I had to do it. Well, it was a month before my birthday. So it was pretty close to mine, too. But I've made myself stop as much as possible from watching anything to do with it because it just brings it all back. And it was just so horrendous. And I told my psychiatrist, I said, I don't know what to do. I said, I can't stop this. And even watching the plane, or because like I said, being in the flight line, there was a certain spot I would drive by and you could see clearly, Philadelphia. And not Phil, yeah, Philadelphia. It's the airport near me was Philadelphia. And a plane would go, and again, it was in the flight pattern, so they were going over. And every time I saw one, it was like, oh my God, is it going to explode before my eyes? And it's like, it's just such an awful thing. Yeah, well, there's a lot of people with birthdays on that day. What a heck of a thing to remember happening on your birthday every year. He flew to Paris on September 11th, 2002. That was what, 1 year after it happened? I think at that point I wouldn't have been able to get on the airplane. This was a few years ago. I didn't think I'd ever get on an airplane. But we did all right. And I don't get a chance to fly often, so it's not something I would have to worry about fighting all the time. But I don't think I could have done it that soon after it happened, because I was still really, really suffering from the PTSD. I was still covering, my ears and my eyes. It's just like, I can't watch this. I can't listen. And I kept, like I said, I kept all those papers, and I had bought a special book, and I'm like, what are you doing to yourself? So I finally decided that was part of my problem. I got rid of them. And it did help a little bit take away some of that. It released some of that fear because I wasn't constantly immersed in it. And I've gotten to the point now where, I can even think about September 11th and not go into hysterics. For years, and it was such a reminder because everybody made such a big thing about it every year. But I don't get that way. I can't believe it's been that long. 20 years. Oh my gosh, that long. Yeah, I guess so. Oh my gosh. It doesn't seem that long. It seemed like yesterday. I can still see all that stuff clearly. But you did fly September 11th. You did it in 2002, you said. Oh. Imagine. Well, we're not near it yet, so I don't have to start thinking about it. I'm trying to think of what date is it? We're in May. Yeah, we're in May. Got a while before it comes up again with more memorial services and all that stuff. Oh, they'll probably make a big thing out of it, though, if it's the 20 years anniversary. They'll probably really make a big thing about it. That would be... I remember when it happened, I was at work, and everybody was gathered at the TV. I'm like, what is everybody doing? So I walked down, and of course I got down there on time to see the building come crashing down. And then I heard a bunch of screaming later on in the building and found out that somebody had relatives in there. And they didn't know, of course, the fate of the relatives at that time. So they were really, really upset because they had no way of knowing. But I wasn't close enough to any of those people to know if any of them actually lost anybody. but enough of them had, it was a big building full of people, so enough of them had friends and family in the buildings. So let's see here. CB says that's been a rule since 2003. I'll never fly the 11th of September again, because to me it's disrespectful to fly that day. Yeah, I agree. Jenna says I won't be watching anything that day. It'll be on social media. Jenna says I don't like seeing it over and over. I don't normally, but I don't know why it was. I mean, I couldn't stop it. It was so horrible, but I had to watch it. I had to watch it all day long because it was on the TV on all day long. And I just kept on watching it, and I couldn't stop myself. And I was like, I got to stop this. I mean, it's not doing me any good. It's feeding into my fears. CB says definitely. Today is May 15th. Yesterday was George Lucas's birthday. George Lucas. May 15th. I'm not. Yeah, it is. I couldn't even really remember too much what the date is. I got out of the hospital. Having time with trouble. I mean, I lost complete track of time being in there so long. I had to keep looking at my phone to try to figure out what day it was. It's driving me crazy. I have so many things. I tried to do a lot of it yesterday because it was Friday. Today's Saturday, can't do anything. So a lot of the stuff on my list has to be taken care of on Monday. And the weird thing is, I had gotten involved with Medicare fraud. They stole my number. And I had to file with the local police, and I had to file with the Justice Department and the State Attorney General office, a whole bunch of places I had to file. And then I had to get a new number from Medicare. They caught the guy, just got notice that they actually caught the guy, and he is, it was some astronomical number of frauds that he has committed, and he's being charged with. And I can't believe they actually caught the guy. I mean, I don't know what my part in this whole thing is. I mean, you know, they're keeping us notified, you know, up to date on how it goes. But I can't believe they caught the guy. That was in my mail waiting for me. I'm like, what? That was terrible though. Filing all that stuff. I had to file a police report. So the police are here late at night, right? And they came through on the guard's light the next night. What were the police doing at your apartment? She's kind of a friend, so, you know. She's like, what were they there for? Because they had to come through her. They had to be let in. And they had to tell them where they were going. So she knew it was my apartment. And I had a file report with him. And then got all the different letters and calls I had to make. It was terrible. And then when I called Medicare, I said I need a new number, explain what had happened. And they said, well, we can only change the number in certain cases. And they're going, it's the person's reading the list to me. And I said, fraud, scam. I said, I think that qualifies. But that was a pain because I had to call every single doctor, anybody I dealt with to give them the new number because they stopped the old number dead. So nobody would get paid because I didn't know that they had stopped it until I got returned. I got turned down at the pharmacy for using my card. And he's like, this won't go through. And he says, wait a minute, this usually only happens if like you change the number. I said, yeah, I changed the number. I had fraud against it. But that was a pain. And then to get my prescriptions, I had to call Medicare. I'd explain what happened, and I'd go to a special department because I couldn't get my new number without totally identifying myself. They asked me all kinds of crazy things. And they made sure, because they didn't want to just give the number out because I said, such and such. So I had to prove that I was who I said I was to get my new number so I could get my prescriptions filled. Okay. I guess we should start another sprint. Let's back down. Let's see, which one is it? This one? That one. Gotta find timer. There it is. All right, I'm going to set another 25-minute timer starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. Okay, I will see you guys in 24 minutes. Well, like 25 minutes went past. I checked in on my blog. I wrote a couple posts. Checked out some of the others that I was writing before, but there wasn't anything that really struck me, caught my interest. Last thing I need right now is to start another long story. I already got two, which created 2 books in my series that I haven't even worked on. I don't really need another one at this point. So how did you guys do? Shanna, ugh, 456. Not your normal number of. You're right. Maybe you just have to warm up some. Hey, it's more than I got written. I did a few blog pieces, but probably weren't more than 100 words at that. Well, I was setting up the piece besides what I wrote, setting up the blog post. But, ow. Genesis, in my defense, was talking to the kiddo, but she's left now. So now you have to put out. This boot is starting to hurt my leg. I think my leg is swollen because it hurts. And usually it's loose and I can't even get my hand too far into it, which is not good. Yeah, socks tight too. Thing is, I have to wear shoes now with this thing, or I'm lopsided, and that's not good. CB got 24 words. "24 is not bad. Are you editing or working on a story? I can't remember. That's the only thing well, one of the things I hate about editing is you only get a few. Oh, you're writing a Marvel fanfic. Oh. Yeah, I'm not a fanfic writer myself. I don't, I've read a couple things that were fan fiction, but I don't know. This is Reincarnation 8 and draft 1 of that reincarnation. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, there, you were pretty busy reading as well as writing, and your mother called you on FaceTime. My daughter was calling me. Every time she came over to check my mail, she'd go on FaceTime and show me each piece, and I'd tell her whether to open it or not. It's like, And then the other day she went into the store for me. And she ended up FaceTiming me to make sure she was getting the right thing. It's like, yeah, that's okay. That's fine. That's fine. You know, so I've been doing a lot of FaceTiming while I was in the hospital because she would need to show me something or whatever. Jenna said it's fun to write, but it doesn't pay the bills. Well, it can pay the bills sometimes. Some people are lucky enough to have that option. I'm not even going to be able to know whether or not mine will ever would actually be, you know, good or not, since I'm not going to be able to publish it the regular way. So I'm not even going to know. Maybe I wrote a bestseller, maybe I didn't, but I'll never know. CB says, I sat on my phone and accidentally FaceTimed my mother once. Oh, gosh. Well, my daughter FaceTimed me the other day at the hospital. And I'm like, you know, they wouldn't let me walk very far. So I had a commode next to my bed. And I was sitting there and I'm thinking, this is kind of awkward. But then I thought, she can't see anything but the top of me anyhow, as long as they don't drop the phone down. She's not going to know. And the only reason she found out is because the aide came in to help me get off of it. She goes, you want me to call you back? I said, no, it's fine. You can't see nothing. Don't worry about it. Just ignore it. And Jenna says, does she live far away, the CB? I'd say she lives far away. She lives in Texas and I live in the UK. Yeah, it's definitely far away. It's funny, Jenna. I'm looking at your picture that you're using now, and you look just like my daughter in that picture. I mean, it's, you know, got the YouTube thing in the front of it and everything, but let me see. It, a little bit bigger there. But yeah, you do look a lot like my daughter. It was worse when she lived in Malaysia. I'm not even sure where Malaysia is. CB. Myself. Greg. Hello. Nice to see you. Yeah, I couldn't wait any longer, so here I am. I may not be here all night, but here I am now. Still recovering from the hospital, so. Oh my goodness. CB says Texas is 6 hours behind Kuala Lumpur. I'm not really good with that pronunciation, I'm sure. It's 8 to 9 hours ahead. Yeah, it doesn't. Can't remember all that. Well, the foot still hurts. I'm in a walking boot. Not very steady on it. It's very aggravating. It's been 4 weeks now, 4.5 weeks. I got it on April 19th, I got the boot. So he said, doctor said he thinks about 6 weeks will probably do it. So I'm hoping to get out of it soon. It's either 4.5 or 5.5 weeks. No, it's not 5.5. It's got to be 4.5. 5.5 would be this coming Monday. No, that's not right. Greg says to Jenna, I am good but very tired. I recently moved and the writing has been very slow lately. Oh, wow. Yeah, moving. My daughter said to me the other day when she was here, she goes, I got to get over here and we got to start getting rid of this stuff because you can't take it with you. And I'm not very good at doing it myself. I need her. She's a good organizer. 2, she's very good at getting me to say, do you really, really, really need this? Till she gets me worn down and I say, fine, get rid of it. But that's what I need. And Jenna says, yeah, moving takes everything out. Are you better place, I hope? Greg asks, am I in a cast? No, I'm in what they call a walking boot. So I'm able to walk. It's just I'm not very steady on it, and you have to walk on your heel. And sometimes I forget it's straight, not on my heel, and I'll feel the pain in my foot. I'm like, oops, better not do that, because I'm not allowed to walk on my foot. No, I'm not allowed to put pressure on the foot. So if I was in a cast, I would have been in that rehab probably forever because I couldn't get up. It was the boot that's allowing me to walk around and finally get it. After 7 weeks, get out of that stupid hospital. It was the most horrendous experience. Greg says to Jenna, well, the place is all right. I have good internet here. Well, that's an important thing, internet. It was spotty in the hospital, but I pay for, whatever they call that now, where you don't, you have unlimited. I have unlimited data, so I didn't need it, but I was having a problem. I thought maybe I hit my limit on my phone where they start to slow it down. So I put it on their Wi-Fi. And it was funny. My show stopped. It was going, the little thing was going around. And I hear them out in the corridor saying, my computer is so slow. I said, yeah, I know that because I'm on your Wi-Fi too. And I couldn't get my TV show. CB says, I haven't moved for 5 years. I'm going to have to move temporarily to my aunt's because there's work getting done in my apartment. Temporarily. Must be kind of a lot of work if you have to move temporarily. Not something simple. They were telling us, because I live in public housing, and they were going, well, in the UK, you probably don't know what I'm talking about. But HUD was they're trying to get a HUD rating, and they said some of us might have to actually move to other apartments while they work on, certain apartments. And I'm like, oh God, I don't have to move. I don't know whatever happened to that. That was a couple of years ago. I haven't heard anything about it since. Jenna says, I think everyone should have unlimited data. It's just easier. Yes, I haven't noticed too much difference. Sometimes it will slow down some because they say if if it gets too many at a time, they can slow down. They can slow it down. So you have unlimited, but it may not be fast. Greg says I have an unlimited plan here now. I can choose between Wi-Fi and wired. By the way, I surpassed you in subscribers while you were gone. Well, I also lost two. One of them was Katja, who caused so much grief that night. I mean, that was, I don't know if you were here who was here the night that Katja and I got into, because Katja had been like trying to take over my whole stream for about a week. And that thing happened, and I had to say that's it. I think Greg might have been here. I said, that's it. This is done. We're done with the whole thing. And that's when I went on a sprint. I said, I hope you guys are still here when I come back. I'm sorry. But I had to go. Because I even had people ask me about the subject matter. It was like a little, and while I was gone, I saw an unsubscribe. I said, they unsubscribed from me. I said, fine. I guess they won't be bothering me. So I've been seeing them in other streams. Now they're not pulling the same thing they did to me. So I don't understand what that was all about. I guess they got their jollies and then that was enough and they got tired of it and acted like a normal person. So, but they unsubscribed right after that, which I said, okay, fine. I tried speaking to them in a couple of the posts. I said hi. They just ignored me. But I don't know what they were doing. The whole thing was ridiculous. I missed some of this conversation. Did I get this one? Okay. But you surpassed me in subscribers while I was gone. I lost two while I was gone, which usually happens. Some people will unsubscribe if there's no new stuff in it, That's what happened the last time I was in the hospital a long time. It was 6 weeks that time, and I lost people, and I had to build it back up again. I was like, doggone it. So, but I just passed a year in April. I've been doing this channel for a year. Jenna says your Anna's in the UK as well. TV says yes, they just don't know when yet. A new kitchen, new bathroom, and new heating. Oh yeah, major job. But nice when it's done, right? Yeah, luckily you have family there. All right, CB says I live in something similar, housing association. It's, yeah, because our rent is based on our income. And they're usually not very nice places, but this isn't bad. I live in a high rise though, but it's not a bad apartment. I was shocked when I saw it. I expected to see a filthy, bug infested, awful place. But this isn't bad. CB says I'm care packaged and I don't own the apartment. No, I don't own this either. I don't know what care packaged means. My internet is garbage and I am changing provider in February next year. I'm like, yeah, when your contract, yeah, my contract is over, but there's no sense changing because whenever they find me in an assisted living facility, I'll be moving. So there's no sense in changing anything and getting into a contract I can't get out of. Jenna says, I remember. I think you're talking about that whole escapade with Klacha. That got totally out of control. And I didn't know what to do. And I was getting frustrated. And everybody else was getting frustrated. So I just had to cut it off. But they haven't been doing it to anybody else. Just me. Lucky me. Because I kept finding them in the different, because I popped in and out occasionally into some of the streams, and I would see them there. And yeah, they're not doing it anymore. So I guess they had their jollies with me. China says, nice that someone else is covering the cost of the renovation. Definitely. CB is in a tenement. Well, here, tenement means run down, terrible place, which is what I expected to be living in with public housing, but it's not. It's a nice building. CB says, I'm special needs, so I am incapable of living without help, even though I'm only 38 years old. Well, that's where the problem is arising with me. I'm 64, but that's part of the problem I had here is because I lost my age. I quit while I was in the hospital. And so I was going home to no aid, to no one. And I can't live alone without help either. And it's gotten to the point that I need to have assisted living where they help you. CB says, I think I blocked Klacha a while ago. Oh, yeah. Klacha, okay. I didn't know if they were doing it to other people or if that was just me. That whole thing was, they started out like we talked for hours at night and everything seemed fine. One day though, they said, I'm taking over the stream. I'm like, what are you talking about? I said, this is my stream, not yours. And then I made them a moderator because they wanted to post a picture. I said, okay, fine. I made a moderator. And they were posting things. And I'm like, great, now I got someone posting things that may be objectionable to other people. And it just kept getting crazier and crazier. Like every day was more and more stuff. And that night, they just wouldn't stop. Somebody said, you can block them. I'm not sure I can block them. Yeah, I might be yeah, I can block probably too. But they unsubscribed and left me alone after that. See. Heck says your voice is a bit hoarse. Oh, I got sick in the hospital and 2.5 weeks I was still asking for medicine. I said, I'm congested, I'm coughing. It was a horrible cough. I mean, really bad. My chest hurt, my abdominal muscles hurt, and my voice is very hoarse. Yes, you can block on YouTube. I think if you click on the person and those 3 dots on the right-hand side come up, the choice to block user is there. So let's say you didn't like one of these people, just click on their, whatever they typed, right click on the 3 dot. Right click, left click. I think it's, oops. I hit the wrong thing. That wasn't what I was planning on doing. Left click. Left click on the 3 dots on the right and block user is one of your choices. So yes, you can block somebody. Somebody told me you should block them. I'm like, not sure how to do that. That's when I found out about blocking people. CB says the tenement here is 3 to 4 stories high and no lift. Oh God, mine's 8 stories, and thank God there's a lift. It's an elevator, but we talk differently. I know what you mean by lift. But a tenement means run down here. Anyhow, it does. CB says, I think I blocked him because I got a bad vibe. I am so naive sometimes. I really sometimes get myself into trouble. And I thought when we first started talking that they were, you know, a fairly normal person. But it's like they were getting more and more personal, like spreading their personal story. Like, I don't need it. It's too much information. I don't need this stuff. And then the next thing I know, they're doing it in my stream. And that got really bad that day. And I had to do something, or I said, I'm going to lose my stream and all my people because of you. No, I don't think so. Yeah, CB just said the same thing. Yeah, Clutch's been here and there, but they're not doing the same thing that they did to me. So I don't know if that was a one-time thing and I was stupid enough to fall for it or what. But now I know how to block a user. There is a way to do it on StreamYard, however, I'm not sure how to do it because I don't know how to do it. Well, I'm on StreamYard and it's the same thing. Exact same thing. Well, because my StreamYard's hooked up to my YouTube, so that's probably why. But yeah, you can do it on StreamYard too. I can block. But they never came back. And they unsubscribed from me immediately. Because I saw the unsubscribe. I said, whoa, that was fast. I still think about it every now and then when I see the name in a stream, and I'm like, man, I can't believe that became what it became. And obviously, I was naive and down for all that. I'm like, do you realize you're on a public, you know, public online or what? I forget how I put it. I listened to it the next day. I listened to the whole thing again because I felt bad. And I thought, no, that was just way wrong. And I found out how to delete it because I don't want it coming up again. I don't want anybody clicking on it and coming across it. So I deleted that one. But you can only do it in a short period of time because it wouldn't let me do it. When I tried clicking on it as a past one, I couldn't do it. I had to wait till it showed up on my screen, on my channel screen, and then it gives me the option to, for a few days, it shows the last few streams, and I clicked on it there and said, oh, thank God I can delete this because I didn't want it there. Did not want it there. So yeah, so I lost two. I only lost that one and somebody else while I was in the hospital. So I wasn't too bad. I lost a few, but not too bad. But normally I add people slowly over time. But while I was, not putting anything new out, nobody subscribed because there wasn't anything out there. And it happened the last time, so I was prepared for it. But I was surprised I didn't lose more than I did. because they did lose a lot of people that used to come here regularly when that happened. And then, you know, they found other streams and they just stayed with them. So I just have to be more careful getting involved in people. Oh, I know. Everybody, because it was April. I didn't even finish Nano because it was April 5th. And I was able to cancel the scheduled streams this time so nobody was left hanging. But that was a busy month because of Nano. And I started it and I didn't finish it because I was in the hospital, wasn't able to. I couldn't even get on the Nano site because I didn't have my password information. Password and user ID. I didn't have that stuff with me. So that's one I didn't make. I didn't finish it. Had a week off in April and spent some time during the day on streams. It was fun. That's cool. Every now and then I have a day when I'm awake early and I hit some of the day streams. Like NULs are usually during the day. And so I hit a couple of his because I'm not normally awake at that time. But in the beginning of April, I was spending a lot of time streaming on other people's. I mean, besides my streaming, on other people's, you know, streams. So I was spending a lot of time trying to get writing done because I also had the deadline for the editing to be done on my book 1, which is not done yet because I went in the hospital. And it turned out that Melanie got sick anyhow, and she wasn't able to do it anyhow. So ended up working out because, you know, I was supposed to give it to her by May 1st. Well, turns out we were in a hospital at the same time. I just had a major thunderstorm a few hours ago. All of a sudden, I heard the wind is shaking, and I'm like, what in the world? It got windy all of a sudden. Then I heard a loud crash, and then I saw the flash of lightning. And then, of course, it started pouring against the window. Over in the UK area, I don't know about Ireland, but I know in the UK area, I had a friend, and he used to hate. He said it's always rainy over here. Their weather's always rainy. I prefer that to summer heat. I don't like summer heat either. It's good right now that it's warm, though, because I can't get regular pants over this boot. So I'm able to wear shorts, and they're loose enough to go over the boot. I didn't want to have to, you know, like cut all my, I only have 1 or 2 long pairs of pants anyhow. I sure didn't want to have to cut them for the stupid boot because it's so big. I mean, it's nice during the night, yeah. Oh, you're in Scotland, CB. Cool. I have ancestors in Scotland, near Edinburgh. Looks like that whole area over there is prone to rain. Like Washington, state of Washington, they say it rains every day there. And Florida, used to every afternoon you could guarantee there's going to be a rainstorm every day. CB says it's been really cold here. Luckily, the weather was nice enough because, like I said, I've been wearing shorts, and I can't wear long pants without ruining the, I'm not going to do that. So luckily I can wear, it fell at the right time of year. It wasn't like in the middle of winter where shorts would have been an issue. Oh, now you had to put the heat back on. Well, I was in the room and the person kept saying, I'm freezing. I'm like, I don't want to hear about it. Put a blanket on because I can't take my stuff off. You can put a blanket on. Because those, a lot of them, the old people in there, the people would say they put their light on and said, I'm freezing. And they go to the heater and find it on 90. I said, it was like an oven in there. And they're yelling, I'm freezing. It rains every afternoon in Florida. I don't know about the winters. Most of my time in Florida was in the summer. So yeah, it definitely rained every afternoon. Guaranteed you're gonna have a rainstorm. It was quick. But it rained every day. What it is here, right? I haven't been outside. I was only outside for the short amount of time it took me to come out of the hospital and come home. My phone hasn't been, the sound is not working again. Nobody's called me, so I can't tell if it's back on again or not. What am I looking for? Oh, the weather. Well, it's 68 degrees. That's cool. Oh, wow. Wow. Thursday's going to be 90 degrees. In May? Holy crap. In the 80s, Tuesday and Wednesday, and Thursday is 90. Sunday and Monday are 73. That's pretty warm, too, especially on the 6th floor. Oh. Okay, Greg is leaving. Just popped in because I saw your stream. Glad you're doing okay. I'm going to bed soon. We're finishing chapter 4 tomorrow. Oh, wow, you're still in chapter 4? You said you slowed down. All right. Well, hopefully I'll see you again soon. Have a good night, Greg. CB's been to Orlando twice. Both times were in the spring. We went to Orlando, to the park, to Disney. And it rained the whole weekend. I mean, a week. We were there for almost a week. It rained almost every day, solid. Not just a week, little rain in the afternoon. I mean, it rained the whole time. It ruined the whole thing. Besides the kids fighting and screaming at each other and carrying on, the weather wasn't very nice either. CB's been to Vegas once and it was 101 degrees. Yeah, they say that dry heat is better, but 101 degrees is still a lot. Jenna said I'd never go there in the summer. No, I've never been there to begin with. Yeah, me either. So it's going to be warmer. I got my air on now. So Sunday and Monday it's going to be 73, and then it's going to be in the 80s, and it's going up to 90, and then it's going up to 93 on Friday. God. That really sucks. Saturday is 90. Oh, we're in for a real heat wave. Oh boy, I hate hot weather, and being on the 6th floor, the heat rises. It's so bad up here. It was funny. It was, my aide was here, so it was in the beginning. I forget exactly when she started. We were downstairs, and like I was downstairs in my shorts and everything. A lot of us were shorts because it's so hot in here. on the upper floors. And a girl comes downstairs and complains to the manager. She goes, my heat's not working. And we all look at each other. Nobody said anything at first. And the manager says, your heat is turned off. She goes, what do you mean? Says they have to turn it off at a certain date. And we're all looking at her like, what do you, she was bundled up in sweaters and the coat and everything. It's hot in here. It's hot outside. And she wanted to put her heat on. No heat. She was really mad. CB said, but that was in August, and that was the year before last when I visited my mother last time. I haven't seen her since then because she couldn't get over last year. That's rough. My neighbor made me a shrimp dinner last night. As soon as he found out I was home, he goes, I took the shrimp right out of the freezer and I'm making you a shrimp dinner. Okay. Not going to complain. My other neighbor that I was talking to on the phone says, he's driving us all nuts. You got to come home. Because I'm kind of a buffer between him and everybody else. I try to keep him under control. CV says she's been vaccinated. She's had both. But I haven't because the NHS is as low as 2,000 years in jail. Oh my gosh. Well, in this case, we're actually ahead of the game because they're moving right along, vaccinating the population. I've been done since February. My daughter came over last night for a belated Mother's Day dinner. And she said, do we have to wear masks? I said, well, I've been vaccinated, so that's up to you, but you'll probably have to wear them coming through the lobby because I think the building still requires them. She said, that's fine. Because she's not getting vaccinated. She said, I'm not going to bother. I'm just not going to do it. And she's a nurse, but she refuses to get vaccinated. Shannon says, I got my first one a week ago, and the next is in June. Yeah, it's like 3 weeks between the one I got anyhow was 3 weeks. But they're moving pretty far along with the vaccinations. But my daughter, like I said, she's a nurse, and she says, my job's not requiring it, so I'm not getting it. Because I figured her job would require it. She said, no, they're not requiring it. I said, I thought anybody in healthcare had to get it. She said, nope, my employer is not requiring it. CV says, I'm in the 18 to 49 age bracket, so hopefully soon. The goal was to have most of the adult population here vaccinated by the end of July. I am not sure what age group we're on to right now. I have felt like crap all week, but I don't think that's the reason. I didn't get sick with mine. I got a sore arm for a few days, but that was all I got. But I've been sick for the last 3 weeks, and that stupid hospital wouldn't give me anything. But out of it, I got a vest that's supposed to shake up the mucus in my chest, and I'm supposed to do it with my nebulizer. So as the nebulizer is working on the, things in my chest, trying to open up the airways, this thing's supposed to shake and get the congestion moving. So the guy brings it over today, and it wasn't the right size, but he showed me how it works. I'm like, this is a pain. It's got two huge bags. One is a huge machine, and the other is the vest. I'm like, great, just want to eat more crap, and I have to put it together to use all the time. That's going to be a real pain. Oh, gosh. Stevie says I got some tests. What kind of tests? To do at home, but I haven't started using them yet. Okay. I just posted twice. How is weird. COVID test at home. I didn't think they had that available. I mean, around here, getting an appointment for COVID tests is just as difficult to get an appointment for the vaccination. Anyways, it's nearly 1 a.m. here, so I'm going to go to bed. Yeah, I guess it is. I forgot you're on the other side of the ocean there. Good night, and thank you for stopping by. Sweet dreams. Yeah, it's almost 8 o'clock here. That's weird. Home tests for COVID. Yeah, it's definitely not something available around here, that's for sure. And you have to get a prescription from the doctor to even get an appointment. You can't just go and get a test done. So I think there's a few places that may have opened up that might be for anybody, but most cases you have to have a script from the doctor. I had so many COVID tests. I had at least 15 at the hospital. To get into the rehab, I had to take, well, first they gave me one because they were keeping me at the hospital overnight. So they gave me the first one. Then the next day she says, well, we have to give you one to make sure you're negative because I was going to go to rehab. I had to have a negative test. I said, okay. So they did another one. And a few hours later, I get to the hospital, the rehab, and she comes in to do a COVID test. I said, what? I just had one done a few hours ago. I had to have it done in order to get in here. It was negative. Why are you testing me again? So that weekend, I had 3 tests. And then they started doing once a week. Then it was twice a week. And then I said I was coughing. So she comes in and says, I have to give you a COVID test. I said, why? She says, you asked me to. I said, I asked you to? I didn't ask you to give me a COVID test. She goes, yes, you did. I said, no, I didn't. She goes, you told me you were coughing. I said, are you kidding me? She gave me another test. For 2 days, she gave me tests. 2 COVID tests. Then each week, you got your weekly one. Then they had somebody test positive. So again, we got 2 more tests. I'm like, I'm so over these. All total, I'm like 20-some tests, COVID tests I've had since this started. I can't believe it. And I haven't had COVID, none of them. And now I'm vaccinated. I said I'm vaccinated. Chances are less I'm going to have COVID. Not impossible, but less. Crazy. They just posted, though, that the CDC, did you see that, Jenna? The CDC says that they're going to stop requiring masks in certain situations as long as you're vaccinated. And I'm like reading this. My daughter told me about it. So we're reading it. I said, how are they going to know whether the people are vaccinated or not? They're just not going to wear their masks. You can't go up to every person and say, show me proof that you've been vaccinated. So that was the dumbest thing I heard about. My daughter hasn't had a test yet either. If she came to visit me before they had the positive test, then they stopped visitation again. They were just getting ready to start visitation. They were going to test everybody coming in. Yeah, well, I don't like the idea either. I mean, I don't like masks, but I don't think that's a good idea. And people are going to just stop wearing masks. They aren't going to care about whether they've had, there's too many people out there now that don't care and don't wear masks. So why would, giving them a blanket, thing like that, because they know people aren't going to be checking that they had a vaccination. So it really isn't. I heard that that anything medical, they're going to keep on requiring masks. And obviously most of the stores are still requiring masks. So, either it hasn't gotten around yet, or there's just some people that are going to keep requiring masks because it's the safe thing to do. So, I don't know. I mean, I had, the vaccination, and that doesn't make a difference because you can still get it. Because my dad's place, they just had another positive case, and the person had the vaccination. They were already vaccinated, and they got COVID. And so I said, well, I already know that because they told me when they gave it to me that it does not prevent the virus. It just might make it less for you. And that's what my daughter said. It's like a flu shot. People still get the flu with the flu shot. It's just not as bad. So, we're not wiping it out. It's still going to get passed. There's still going to have people with it. It's not going away. And there's going to be some people that are going to get sick. I mean, some people die from the flu. So, same thing, I guess. But that was put out by the CDC the other day. And I'm like, oh, no. So, like, both my daughter and I, the one that picked me up, had been vaccinated. So she, didn't worry about wearing the mask. Because the first time before she was vaccinated and before I was vaccinated, she made me wear the mask. I thought she was going to refuse to let me get in the car. My sister didn't want me to get in her car because she's really freaking out about the whole thing. And she was, after I got out of her car, she was there with her, all her cleaning stuff. And she's like, anything I might have touched, she was busy. She goes, I hope you're not offended. I said, I'm not offended. I mean, I feel the same way. I may not be quite as what's the word? Not diligent, but not quite as squeamish. I don't know what the word I want. But she's like, I'm sorry, I got to do this. I can't. And her kids weren't wearing masks, and she told them, if you don't wear a mask, don't come near me. And some of her kids are in the medical field. It's like, if the medical field, and like I said, just like my daughter who's a nurse, they don't feel it's a big thing. Courtney said, my writing at the park is complete. There she is. I was just thinking about you. I was wondering if you were going to come back. And you could use aggressive. She was really, like, as soon as I got out of the car, she had the stuff out and was cleaning everything I might have touched. She goes, I hope you're not offended by this. I'm like, okay, I'm not offended. It's not a, you know. Oh my gosh. But she told her kids, if you don't wear a mask, don't come near me. She's not going out either. I don't know if she's still that. I know she got her vaccination, so I don't know if she's still as crazy about that as she was. Because my kids asked me yesterday when they came over, and I said, it's up to you, but you might have to wear one through the building, because I don't know if the building has released its, you know, request of masks or not. But I knew she didn't have, I knew they weren't vaccinated. She's not going to. She asked her son, the younger one, he's like 14. He said, are you going to get it when the time comes for you? And I think he said no, too. And if she won't get it, she can't force him to get it. Yeah, we're doing a lot of talking. Well, we were doing a lot of sprints, and then we took some time to talk. It's actually time for another sprint. We've been talking for quite a while. I mean, I did get some stuff done. I mean, I you know, I'm back to working on my book. Book 1 is getting rewritten again. So, besides the stuff that I got in the beta readers, I'm changing the story up. So, rewriting it again. Courtney says, ha ha ha, get back to work. And then she says, it's okay, I got very distracted too. Well, Greg popped in, and CB was talking about things were being done at her apartment, and we just kind of got off on all kinds of conversations, including the one about Klacha and the trouble that happened. And because I've seen Klacha around, and I said, Klacha's not doing that in other people's streams. They did it to me. So we talked about Klacha for a while, too. I think you were here that night, Courtney, because I think you were the one who asked about the topic being way off topic, if I remember correctly, if I got the right person. And I'm like, I'm not going to lose all my people because of this crazy person. So we've been talking about weather and all kinds of stuff. So are we ready to write again? Hi, Jules. Thank you. I'm glad I'm home, too. That was a hellhole. Seriously, it was a hellhole. I'm so glad to be out of there. It's harder, though. Now I have to do all this stuff myself, and it's juggling around with this boot isn't easy. But thank you. Yeah, I think I popped in a couple of your streams. So I tried to pop into a few people's streams. Okay, I thought it was you, Courtney. Yeah, I was pretty sure it was, but just a little bit of doubt there. I wasn't absolutely sure. But yeah, that situation got really, really bad. We talked about that for a little bit. And we talked about how you can block people if you don't know how to block somebody. If you go on their name and, hover your mouse over on the right hand side, there's 3 dots. Oh, Jules is ready for a sprint. Cool. Okay, well, I have it set for 25 minutes. I'm trying to remember. Do you do 25 or 20 on yours, Jules? I've got it set for 25. Okay, great. All right. So, timer. All right, we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I never got in. Oh, hi, HK. You snuck in on me. Nice to see you. I never got the idea of a warm up though, especially 10 minutes, because by the time I get everything open, 10 minutes is done. But it just doesn't seem like something that needs a warm up for me. So I don't do it. I don't do a warm up. I just right into it. HK needed a short break. Well, we're just about to sprint. If you need to write, if you came here for a break, we just finished talking. So I'm going to get back to my document for a while. And then we're back in 23 minutes. Wow, that went fast. I wrote a poem, which was 12 words, the haiku, so they're short. That's 12 words. I wrote that. And then I wrote a few things on my book. I can kind of back and forth. A little bit of this and a little of that. So how did we do? You played a phone game. I just put phone games on. I did not have, I wasn't going to. I don't normally play games. But in the hospital, I got tired of everything that I was doing. And so I ended up putting phone games on. I have a ton of them on there now. Hey, Laura. Welcome back. Did you get an idea for your next story? You said you were searching the anthologies for ideas. Ah, strawberry milk. Cool. I got chocolate. I haven't had strawberry milk though in a long time. Funny thing was, when I was a kid, I was severely allergic to strawberries. And I always arrived to school every day. And the nurse would call home and say, Steve, do you know what Terry did? And my mom says, let me guess. She's covered in hives, so she had strawberries, right? Because there's a strawberry field on my way to the school. And so I was always covered in hives. So when I got to the hospital, I made a slight mention because they asked me if I had any food allergies. I said, well, I had one as a kid to strawberries, but I can eat strawberries now. So they put on my menu, cannot have strawberries, allergic to them. So I didn't have any strawberries. And then one day I got a cup of strawberry ice cream. I'm like, oh, someone's paying attention to the menu. They highlighted it. No strawberries, allergy. And they gave me strawberry ice cream. That was good. It's a strawberry ice cream. Oh, Sako's birthday. I do remember hearing about that. No writing. That's right. I did remember hearing. And what are the question marks for, Jenna? I'm not sure. Jules says I was reading over some of my recent writing, getting some of the inconsistencies out. Yeah. And then you find more things. And there's Megan. Hi, Megan. She just woke up from a nap. Oh, wow. I debated this afternoon whether to lay back down for a nap or not. I ended up not doing it. And then I decided to do this, so I had to quick make a thumbnail and get it posted. I managed to not nap today. I'm hoping it'll help me. Oh, a 4-hour nap. That's usually what I do. Jenna wants to take one. I wanted to. I really did. But I said, okay, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to stay awake. Maybe I'll sleep tonight. I have enough trouble sleeping with this boot on my foot. I tried the first night home to take the boot off. Now, it's not easy, and it's very difficult to get on and off. And I ended up waking up 3 hours later, and I had to go to the bathroom. And I had to put the boot on in the dark because I can't walk on the foot. I'm not allowed to walk without the boot. I'm like, okay, this isn't happening. Back to wearing the boot all the time. Screw it. I wake up too many times during the night. I have to have the boot on. I can't be doing that in the dark. In the middle of the night, every couple hours, when I have to get up and go to the bathroom again. Wow. Yeah. Coma nap for sure. Huh. I probably would have done that if I had laid down because I was waiting for somebody to come. I had an appointment time from 10 to 11, and I was sitting in the chair falling asleep. So I knew if I laid back down, I'd go right back to sleep. But then I figured, well, and then I have trouble sleeping tonight because that's what I do, and then I can't sleep at night. So I didn't do it. Oh, cotton candy ice cream for lunch. I have nothing good here to eat, basically. Because my daughter, she did a little bit of shopping for me because I had nothing in the house when I came home. Well, there were no goodies. So I'm like, I want something to eat. There's no sweets in the house. I'm not even sure. I may have a bag of popcorn up there. It's close to, and I have some pretzels, but I want something sweet. I do have those mug cakes in there too. I'd have to wash the mug first, sturdy. Laura says I'm getting 9 hours of sleep a night during the week, usually 7 at the shortest, but I still nap every day. Oh my goodness. I'm having an issue because my sleep is waking up because I sleep apnea. So I'm not really sleeping solid, so I could sleep for 16 hours and still go right back to sleep. And that's what was happening. And I told the doctor, they said, well, a lot of the problem is the medicines I'm on, how they're too sedative. And I'm like, well, I need them. I'm not giving up my anxiety medicine. I'm not giving up my antidepressant. So I can't do anything about it. I think there was one other that was causing problems. I said, there's nothing I can do about it. Doctor's like, well, just call your psychiatrist and see what they can do. I said, we've been through this. You know how hard it was to find something that worked that I could tolerate? It's not happening. I guess I'm going to be spending most of my life asleep. Not getting much sleep, but sleeping. I wish I didn't feel like I still had a nap after waking up from a nap. That's the problem. That sucks. uh, that's funny, though. Yeah, I was going to take that nap. But I knew if I took the nap, then I wouldn't be able to have the stream. And the stream went out. I wanted to have my stream. I've been too long without one. Laura, Jenna asked if she got the puppy. And that was, I believe, a no, right? If I read that right. And then Laura says, going to write a flash fiction to submit to 3-Lobe Burning Eye. Interesting name. Soon. You get them soon? That's cool. Not yet, no puppy. Trying to figure out how to get him into the country soon. Wow. Yeah, you want to get him before he gets too old. You want him to be used to you and grow up with you. Because he's probably bonding with your dad. You want him to bond with you. He was supposed to be here tomorrow, but then Canada said my dad was non-essential, so we can't bring the pups. Oh, wow. That sucks. things are starting to open up. You would think that, you know, we could open the border now. Yeah, I'm sure the puppy does love his grandpa. That's what I'm saying. He's bonding with your dad instead of with you. Yeah. Will your dad have trouble giving him up? That would be something I'd be afraid of. Because he's growing, I'm sure he's growing attached to him. Ours said things are just now starting to get a little better in Ontario. I'm not allowed to another province in Canada because Ontario is so bad. Wow. And my dad will be fine giving them up. That's good. That's one thing I'd be afraid of, becoming attached. Like if I was to watch long term, you know, I wouldn't want to give them up. Well, I know they still ask us, have we, you know, we or any of our family members been to another state everywhere you go for everything? I'm like, no. I've been in the hospital for 7 weeks. I haven't been anywhere. I forgot. Did you say you were giving the bunny to somebody? I don't think they're going to get along too well. My friend came to take the bunny today, but then the cross province bus said no. They had said yes a couple weeks ago, but now he's back with me. Oh my gosh. You really are having troubles. Oh, wow. That's wild. And I can't drive the bunny to her because she lives in Quebec and I'm not allowed out of Ontario. Sounds like you got it worse up there than we do down here. We're starting to open up a lot more things. They just opened our laundry room back up. We have 100 apartments here. We have 4 washers for all 100 apartments. And they gave us 4 hours a day to use them. So people were fighting over them and everything else. And bad because they had to go to the laundromat because there's just no way that 100 apartments and 4 washers was going to work. I got it home from the hospital, and the day I came home, they opened the hours back up from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. So at least that should relieve that problem. Plus, I was worried about my laundry, getting it done with my aide, because I have to get a new aide. And the old aide took my laundry home and did it there. But, I have to get a new aide sometime whenever they find me one. Because of the Star virus, there aren't too many people working as aides, because they don't want to go in other people's homes and be submitted to whatever. So getting a new aide is probably going to take a while. But I was wondering about, whether or not she'd be willing to go to the laundromat or take it home with her. But that if they open that back up, it should get back to normal and should be able to hopefully do the laundry. Whenever I get one. If I had an aide right now, things would be a little bit easier. Because I can't clean. I'm not allowed to. They told me no bending over. I've had to a couple times. There's certain things I drop. You can't leave them where they drop. And I've got things that are all over the place. If it's not important, it's still sitting where I dropped it. Laura says limiting the laundry hours makes no sense. They should have lengthened it so people could come when it's more empty. They should have it 24 hours. It never was 24 hours, but it should have been 24 hours. Then people wouldn't be, because there are times, even with the extra hours, that people are fighting over the washers. And, you come down and you're never sure if you're going to be able, you drag your laundry all the way downstairs only to find out you can't get in there because everything is being used and there's people waiting. So, 24 hours would limit that problem. And I'd be glad to do mine in the middle of the night because I'm usually awake in the middle of the night. And that would be perfect. I wouldn't have to deal with a lot of people wanting to do laundry, because how many people want to do laundry in the middle of the night? Not as many as want to do it during the day. But they cut it down to 4 hours with the ridiculous reason that they were cleaning in there because they had to do extra cleaning. They weren't doing anything. They did the normal wash the floor, wipe the table and machines down, just like they did beforehand. They didn't do anything more. So it wouldn't be so bad if there were more washers, like if there were 4 on every floor, because there's at least 12 apartments on every floor. Or at least every couple floors, if they put in, but there's only 4 machines for 100 apartments. Megan says my laundry room is 24 hours open. It's convenient, but we have a ton of washers. Well, we don't have a ton of washers, and it's not 24 hours. Gotta go be on Lauren's stream for the May prompt-a-thon. Have fun. Okay, Lauren. Yeah, I've been reading all your little prompts. I was initially going to do that, but then I didn't know how much it was going to end up being in the hospital. That came as a surprise. So, well, have fun. I don't like prompts that I don't have time to think about. I like time to develop my idea. I can't just, it's very hard for me to just do a prompt in a few minutes and come up with something. That don't work very well for me. The start view is annoying me. feet are swollen, I think. It's hurting. Oh, it's not like I can reach down there and fix it either. I probably should know who Lauren is, but I'll be darned for the life of me if I can figure it out at this point. Who's Lauren? That's true. Megan says, same here. I take a while to develop ideas. Yeah, I can't just throw something together in a matter of minutes. Well, I do a lot of prompts, but they're on sites that aren't, they're not like restricted. Like if you do them in a sprint, then you're given, so many minutes to come up with something. Those I cannot do. I can do a writing prompt that doesn't have a, deadline on it like that. Now, my writing group has deadlines, and you get 10 minutes to come up with a prompt, and I hate that. That's one part of the group I hate, is trying to do that prompt, because I can't think that fast. I need time to come up with something. Jenna just writes her stuff during streams. I've done a couple of them because I know Austin does them. Laura does them. Now Laura's a harder because they're always horror. Austin, it's liable to be anything. And a couple of times I've been able to do it, but most of the time I can't come up with something. It's just not enough time. That's why when they started this and I realized I was in the hospital and no one's getting out, I backed out of it. I'm glad I did, because I went to a couple of them when I was, when I knew they were being, done. And I'm like, I'm glad I didn't do that. And then I would have to pick a winner. And then I would have to make sure I advertised these people, because, the whole thing is you were supposed to win, social, whatever you call those things. I can't remember. I only do Instagram. So what am I going to advertise them on? Plus have to pick out a winner. I'm like, and come up with a prompt. I'm like, no. I'm glad I didn't get involved. I started to, but then I had to back out. Hopefully she has enough people. They're coming to me now and asking me if I want to be part of it, because I don't want to be part of it. After I thought she was going to do the, what is the word? I hate when my mind stops working. That she was going to do the advertising of the, whatever. I thought she was going to do it, and then it just sounded like they said that you had to do it. And I'm like, I don't even belong to Instagram, and I don't want to be involved with doing that every day. Megan says, my boyfriend just made a cup of noodles and I can smell from here. Luckily, it smells good. Oh, gee. I'm craving something sweet and I don't have any sweets in my house. Not much in the way of sweets anyhow. That's my bad thing. I lost weight being in the hospital because the food was not that great. It's not going to take me long to put it back on again. So I tried to eat normal today. Instead of having two sandwiches, I just had one. I had two pieces of toast for breakfast, a sandwich for lunch, and another sandwich for dinner. I do have a few frozen meals in there. I asked my daughter to pick some up. So I do have a few frozen meals in there. Because I don't think I'm going to make it all night on essentially what you would consider three sandwiches for the day. And that was it. No extras, no chips, no nothing. Oh, man. The hospital food was awful, but not as bad as the first rehab hospital I was in. I could barely eat anything on that they served me. But this place, if the food was something I liked, it was slightly edible. And I just made myself eat because there were times I didn't have breakfast because it says omelet. And you open this thing up and you look at this cylindrical shaped, like they took a pre-made, because they weren't omelets like you'd find in if you made yourself or go to a restaurant or something. And they just looks like they just put probably egg mixture in a pan. They probably ball them that way. Like egg mixture had been put in the pan and then just flipped in half once it was cooked. They were disgusting. And I'm like, I can't eat this stuff. And I wasn't allowed to have fruit because of my diabetes, so they wouldn't let me have fruit. They gave me oatmeal. I do not eat oatmeal. So I didn't eat a lot of breakfast. Lunch, I would piece together what I could out of it. But they used a lot of rice. Like they put a lot of food on rice. Yuck. I hate rice. So I would be picking the food out of the rice. So I didn't get very much there. I would eat the dessert. Sometimes that's all I had was the dessert. Lunch, I don't think we got dessert. Did we get dessert at lunch? I know we did for dinner. Just before I got discharged, they came around with ice cream. She's like, "Do you want ice cream?" I said, "You bet you." I knew my daughter was on her way over there. I said, "I don't care. She can wait and have an ice cream." I think it was like once a week we got a special treat. There were the heck are those nachos? I'm not a big nacho person, but I ate them because I was hungry. I picked through the stuff that was on top of the nacho and ate it. That was, yeah, terrible. I ate a few things I don't normally eat simply because I was hungry. I had one salad while I was there, one, and it was in a little tiny cup. Like, wow, can we spare the salad? And somebody said, well, just choose something else. I said, this isn't like a hospital where you get a menu and you can choose what you want. They make what they're going to make for the day, and everybody gets it, whether they like it or not. No choices. I was wondering when you were going to say that, Megan. I still want something sweet. I'm thinking about having another sprint so I can go get something. I want something. Now that we're talking about food again. I want food. All this food hurts. This is going to be a fun night with this feeling like this. Oh. Jenna says I've had nothing but sweets today. That was very good. I had toast and jelly, and then I had a tuna fish sandwich for lunch and one for dinner. My numbers, my diabetes numbers, my blood sugar numbers were pretty good. They were terrible in the hospital. I said, well, you people they test your blood, an hour or two after you eat. Well, that's when the highest numbers are. What do you expect them to be? You're supposed to take them before you eat, not after. I'm like, you make no sense. Talk about stupid. And you would think they would know better. So I was constantly getting insulin because they would wait till it was so high. When if they had left things alone and took it when they should have, I may not have had so much insulin. I wonder if I got a sore on my foot. I don't want to have to take this boot off again. I really don't. But if I got a sore in there, that's not good, especially if it gets infected, because I can't. As a diabetic, I have to be very careful, and I infect really easy. And I can't tell if it's rubbing something or not. It's just tight. And if I loosen the straps, and then my foot goes back down like the it goes back down. It would be too loose, and that's not good either. I'm in a really bad situation. Because I like to take it off for a while, and if I had the aid, I could take it off while she was here and then just have her put it back on before she leaves. It's so hard for me to take it on and off. I have to use things to pull and it doesn't unhook all the way down for me to slide my foot out. I have to slide it down. It's weird. And trying to get clothes over the boot is really hard because I can't bend over. That's why I had an aide to help me get dressed. I don't have one right now, and that's why I had to stay in the hospital longer, because I had to learn how to do these things with sticks and grabbing things and all kinds of stuff. Lime chili with shrimp. Oh my gosh. I had shrimp last night. My neighbor cooked me a shrimp dinner. Because I came home, he was so excited to see me. He made me a shrimp dinner. And he can cook, so I have no trouble eating his shrimp dinner. That's for sure. Yeah, he does that. He cooks for me usually at least once a month or so, sometimes more. And I'm like, wow. And like I said, he can cook, so it's always great. So he made the shrimp, a baked potato, and beets. I like beets. Sometimes he makes asparagus, and I like that too. One day he gave me beets and asparagus. I'm like, wow. Yeah, I put up with a lot for him. He can be a real pistol. When I was talking to my other neighbor, he says, "You've got to come home." I'm like, why? What's happening? He goes, Mike is driving us crazy. I'm like, sorry. And then he said, I told him, I said, what day I was coming home. He says, well, I'm not going to tell Mike because he'll be sitting at your door waiting for you. I said, yes, please don't tell him. I don't need the first person I see when I come in is Mike sitting at my door. So I had my daughter go and get him before she left. And she's just looking at him because she's like, he talks really nutty things. And she's like, just standing there staring at, listening to him, the stuff that's coming out of his mouth. Because he really is, he's got conspiracy theory on the brain for sure. The building is killing us. I said, sometimes I think the building might be trying to kill me because of what's been happening. It seems like I spend all my time in the hospital anymore. I just got out a week before I broke my foot. And that's the cough I got at the hospital. And I couldn't get them to treat me for. It's not as bad. It's better, but I forgot mine. You know what? I forgot to take my cough medicine today. Should have taken it. I was sick 2.5 weeks before I could get anybody to give me a decongestant. I kept telling them. I told the doctor. I told the nurse who promised to tell the doctor, and nothing. I had to fight to get cough medicine. And I said, look, I need a decongestant. I am sitting here choking on the mucus every time I cough it up. And, it took 5 days to get decongested. So it's been at least 3 weeks since I got this thing, and I still have it. Yeah, I do have the worst luck lately, Megan. Believe me, I know. I can't believe I broke my foot. I mean, I've been all these years, 64 years, never broke a bone, and now I break my foot. I don't know if it would have been worse if I broke a hand or not. Because then I would be with only one hand. There's a lot of things you can't do. But being with one foot is difficult too. Oh, man. Luckily, I didn't break them both. And at first, they thought I broke the ankle and the foot. And then they said, no, we think your ankle's chipped, but that could have been done at any time. But you didn't break the ankle, only the foot. And when I go to and that's the other thing, to get an orthopedic, they were supposed to get me an orthopedic appointment. I went 2 weeks in a splint with no orthopedic doctor looking at it. And I'm like, you have to get me one. And they kept giving me the excuse, well, with the pandemic, it could be 30 days. I said, what do you mean 30 days? I said, I have a broken foot. I need to see the doctor now, not 30 days from now. Because if this thing heals and it has to be rebroken, I'm going to be one upset person. And And I couldn't do anything. I laid in bed for 2 weeks. I couldn't get up because I wasn't allowed to walk on it. You don't walk on a splint. So I was in bed for the first 2 weeks, so they finally got me an appointment, and I got the walking. But they were, if I hadn't kept making a fuss and calling people and complaining, I don't know when I would have gotten the darn doctor's appointment. And it's really a small crack. It's not even that big of a fracture. They showed me the x-ray. He says, it's not that bad. It hurts, believe me, but it's not that bad. But they told me if I walk on this and I break that muscle, snap the tendon or whatever that's holding it, I guess the foot to the ankle, I'll have some major foot surgery, ankle surgery, and then I'm going to be in big trouble. So I was like, wow, I don't want to do that. Do you not want to do that? Because they were trying to decide at the hospital, the first hospital, whether I should have surgery. And when I got to the orthopedic doctor, and these guys are like the best, well-known orthopedic doctors, I was surprised. They got me an appointment with such a prestigious group. And he says, don't let anybody tell you you need surgery. They said they don't even make screws small enough for this thing. It's too small. It does not need surgery. Megan says if I lived closer, I would have definitely come and played advocate for you. Oh. That was a trip and a half. I don't want to do that one again. Funny thing is, I couldn't feel anything when it happened. My lower half of my body was numb. That's why it twisted under me, and I ended up falling. But I didn't feel the bone break, so I had no pain then. It wasn't until later when I got pain. When I got feeling back in the lower part of my body, I had pain. And, I just watched it twist underneath of me. I'm like, oh my God, ankles don't turn that way. And I fell. And I'm like, now what? I said, I can move the toes. I don't think it's broken. Because I could wiggle it, but I couldn't feel it. And then, it was he told me it was a small fracture, but it was broken. But I had to call, I pushed my button, my medical alert button. I said, I'm falling and I can't get up. I've always wanted to say that. I've fallen and I can't get up. And I said, in the way my ankle twisted, I think it's broken. So the ambulance came, the EMTs came. 2 good, strong men. Good thing, because they lifted me off the floor onto the stretcher. Oh, man. Usually they send women. It's like, I don't think 2 women would have been able to lift me off the floor. And it was a really close quarters. They had a hard time trying to position it. But I had 2 good-looking men coming, and they were my EMTs. So something good came of it. Well, did we want to do another sprint? We've been talking again. I should have taken that cough medicine today because it's a decongestant and I'm getting stuffy. And that's probably because I forgot the medicine today. Yeah, we probably should. Yeah, hot EMTs are the best. Lately, they've been women, and I'm like, man. But I've been lucky a couple times and gotten 2 good-looking guys. All right. Let's see what I can find here. I should take my cough medicine while I'm thinking of it, and then see what I can find here to eat. Figure out what I fancy. So timer, 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I think every time I've been in an M&M's, they're always so cute. Of course, they're probably also gay, but that's beside the point. Doesn't hurt to look. Nice to look at. That's all. Doesn't matter if they're gay or not. It seems like all the good-looking guys are gay. But yeah, we're getting more and more women here. More and more women all the time. And it's like 2 women together. Like, what if you get in a situation where you've got a big, heavy man? I mean, what are women going to do? They aren't going to lift them off the floor. I don't know what they've done with that about that, but we're getting more and more women all the time. It's not often we get men. This is like most of the nurses nowadays are men. The role reversal. The men are becoming nurses and the women are becoming doctors. It's really strange. At least around here, I know. All right, I'll stop talking about ambulances and hot men. I will be back in 23 minutes. All right. Well, took my cough medicine. I made a mug cake. Sweet. It's the only thing I have is sweet. And truck myself into the bathroom. Always such fun. So how did we do? I didn't get any writing done this time at all. Yay! You're back up. 7:21. Mug cake. I wish it didn't have the little chips, that's not really sprinkles. They're more like flat chips colored in the cake and the icing. But they quit making all the other flavors. I don't know why. My computer's slowing down. I guess it's getting got too many things open. I gotta basically rewrite this story. Thought I was done with book 1, but I changed something, which then put everything else. I changed several things. I had to because of comments I got. And then I changed something else completely, which totally changed the story. So I'm rewriting this darn thing all over again. I'm not sure if I'm going to have a stream tomorrow or not. I have to probably just wait like I did today and see how I feel. Hi, Amelia. Long time no see. And Melanie. Wow. Yeah, I'm back. There's a big one going right now. I think most everyone is there. A big, is Sacco's party still going on? Or something else going on? How you doing, Melanie? Feeling better with your time off? Yeah, two paramedics. The ones that came from my ankle were two guys, and it's been a while since. Usually lately they've been girls. And so I had two really cute guys, which is good because they had to lift me off the floor. Melanie says, I need to hop over there too. I just stopped by to say hi to Courtney because she hasn't been live in months. Is that where Courtney is? Is she streaming? I lost track of everybody. Feeling much better other than swollen feet and ankles. Wow. I got that boot on and it's really uncomfortable. Or are we talking about Courtney Project? Okay. Oh, well, yeah. Well, if she's live, everybody's there. Definitely. I'm usually there too. I don't usually miss Courtney's. No, I'm not sure. She tends to be like me and be up all night. I'm not sure I'll be doing that too much lately. Mary says, I haven't been on a stream in weeks. Lots of school stuff. I'm graduating high school. Well, congratulations. That's great. Good job. You had cute ones too? These guys are adorable. No, I'm not going over there because then I'll get sucked in and then I'll be up all night. Amelia says, I love whose line? Whose line? I'm not sure. Melanie says, congratulations, Amelia. My sister-in-law is graduating too in the next couple of weeks. China says, my problem was that my brother worked for the local fire department and every EMT knew him. Melanie says, definitely rest if you feel the call to it, Tessa. Well, part of my problem, Melanie, is I've been bedridden for 7 weeks. And you know how fast your body deconditions itself. And I was on oxygen and everything there. I mean, I just started feeling a little out of breath now. I've been fine off of oxygen since I got out of the hospital because I just said, I'm not taking oxygen home. Sorry, I'm not doing it. And I'm just starting to feel a little out of breath. But yeah, I'm really out of condition. 7 weeks in bed and not walking around, and stamina's terrible. Band camp sucks, but I did like playing music and stuff and doing the stuff. Just the people I did it with made it suck. Yeah. No goodness, Jen is right. Whose line is it anyway? Oh, that's a TV show, right? Jenna said he heard about every car accident during my phase with those. Melanie says, yeah, I know that's true. I know when I was released from the hospital, my husband had to keep telling me to sit down. And I'm like, but it feels so good to move. Well, I'll tell you, I came home and I didn't realize just how bad it was going to be. And I started doing normal stuff, nothing super hard, but normal stuff. My body was so sore the next day. You would have thought I ran a marathon and did an aerobics class. I was so sore. I could barely move. I'm like, I can't even get out of this bed. I couldn't get out of the bed. It hurt so bad. I'm like, oh my God. Like, what am I going to do? Oh my gosh. So yeah, this is hard. And I'm still, definitely recuperating, and the boot is very bothersome. And right now, I think my feet are swollen, so the boot feels bad, feels tight. I'm afraid it's rubbing someplace, and if I get a sore on my foot, that's going to be a real problem. So, Amelia says, haven't had a car accident yet. Yeah, watch. Watch. You got plenty of life left to have a car accident. I hadn't had one, and then bam, I got hit by a bunch of them. Like, Jesus. What happened? I go all this time with no accidents, and now all of a sudden I get a bunch of them. Melanie says, I was lucky because my band camp experiences were great. For 2, almost 3 summers would have been 3 if not for the knee. I participated in the Ohio State Fair band. Wow. Did I get, yeah, I went to different band camps too. We went to one that was in our area. There was a big band that was famous, and it was, they were called the Hobos. And they dressed, like hobos, and that was their costume. And they had band camp, and I used to go to band camp with them. And I was fine playing as long as I didn't have to play by myself, but don't give me something to play by myself. And I don't know if we had the audition for that, but we had an audition for our school band for the, your seat. And I can't read music. I have to hear the song because I can read the notes, but I can't do the counting. Like I just don't know how, that never stuck in my head. So I got this audition piece and I'm like, oh my God, I never heard of this song. How am I going to do this? And I didn't want to play in front of people by myself anyhow. It scares the daylights out of me. So my parents found the song on a whatever medium we used at that point in my life. I can't remember if it was a tape or what it was. But I practiced it over and over, and I hoped it was the same version or close to it because that was the only way I could do it. And I mean, I managed to pass the audition, but of course I wasn't like number 1 in the number 1 seat or anything, but that was fine with me. I didn't want to be there because they had to play, solos and stuff, not me. Melanie knocks on wood for Amelia. Don't Amelia, they're not fun. My band camp and teachers stopped and we lost the tournament. Yeah, somehow made it to the last round exhibition. Yeah, something definitely happened behind the stage there. Melanie says, that's awful. I'm so sorry, Amelia. Jenna says, I think those sound fun. They can be. They can be hard too. I mean, this band was great, and that, to get to play with one of the famous bands in the area and everything, that was great and everything. But my fears were hard for me to get over. Melanie says, I know a fellow clarinetist counted every time we played Stars to Strike Forever, both in practice and during parades performances. My first 2 seasons, we played it over 630 times. Well, they gave us the piece, the tryout piece, and it was, oh, good grief. Sousa. I can't remember his first name. The famous guy, Sousa. John Philip Sousa, something like that. But they found this song. I mean, it wasn't one of his big ones. But they searched around and found the song for me so I could play it over and over again. So at least I got to do it somewhat decently, but I was terrified. Master Sango's here. Hi. Glad you're out of the hospital. Hope you're feeling much better. Well, thank you. I'm not feeling great. And right now my foot is really hurting me because I think my feet are swollen and this boot is not comfortable. It's very awkward having to wear this boot all the time. And it's hard to do things that you normally don't think about. But there were things I couldn't do anyhow. So that's how I finally got out of the hospital, by showing them I could do certain things. Because if I couldn't do them, because I live alone, I wasn't allowed to leave the hospital. And I was there 7 weeks. So it was horrible too. It's the worst experience. It's one of the worst in my life. I mean, I got to play in Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis. The experience was pretty cool, but soiled by the fact that it made no sense that we got there. We failed the first competition. Fishy. Well, Melanie says that is weird. Melanie says, I got close to first chair my senior year. The first chair clarinetist was a freshman, and she was amazing. Totally earned the spot. In my last year in the state fair band, I made it to second chair. That's cool. I think I was like fourth, maybe. And I was a senior. Even as I got to be a senior, they like to make the seniors first and second and third, but I didn't quite make it. But then again, like I said, I couldn't really read music. So if I didn't know the song, I had a lot of problems with it. And when I hated it when we had to play without music. I couldn't memorize. And it's like I had to pretend I was playing, but they would have people like walk up around you and whatnot during competitions. I'm like, God, they're going to know I'm not playing anything. Not making any sound. Melanie said I was so upset when I had to leave because of my injury. Oh, sorry. Melanie says I still kind of remember the finger placements too for Stars and Stripes, the opening part at least. Melanie says, yep, you got it, Tessa. I got what? What do I got? I don't know what I got. The funny thing is, my dad can't read music, but he can play any instrument you give him because he can play by knowing what the song is and figuring it out the sounds. He could teach himself to play any instrument. I couldn't read music. I needed the music to be played so I could figure out this because I couldn't count. I could read the notes, I just couldn't count. Really crazy. All right, wait a minute, I missed something here. You got it, Tessa. Maybe we're talking about the people walking around while you're pretending to play. That was bad. Amelia says, my flute section was so bad at cooperating that our first chairs left, which made things worse. Left the school after that and couldn't really do online marching band. Not that I wanted too much after that. I played the trumpet. They didn't like girls being trumpet players to begin with. I had so much trouble with that. You're a girl. You shouldn't be playing a trumpet. That's a boy's instrument. Well, I don't happen to like flutes and clarinets. I want to play a trumpet. We had a lot of arguments about that one. Finally, they said, well, not a whole lot they could do about it. So I got my trumpet. There were 2 of us in the senior band, 2 females. Melanie says, oh my gosh, I mean, like, dang, that's how you really know it's bad. Yeah, really. I'm pretty sure I could play flute still, even though it's been 3 years. I'm sure 3 years you could probably still remember most of it. I remember trying to play the trumpet many, many years afterwards. And excuse me. it was difficult. And I finally got rid of the trumpet. It was not in good shape anyhow. It needed a lot of work. So I sold it at a yard sale for, I think, $5. It needed a lot of work. It would have cost them a lot of money to replace everything in it. It was old. It was really old by that. Millie was a squad leader my senior year in the marching band, and I had one girl who just did not want to listen to me. Haven't thought of that instance till now. Huh? I quit marching band because I wanted to be a flag. I wanted to be in the flag guard. So they refused. So I said, fine, I'm quitting the band. And they pleaded with me. They're like, we need you in the band. We can't let you go to the flags because we need you in the band. I said, well, I'm quitting the band if I can't be a flag. So I quit the band. And then I was at a parade and we're watching it. My foot's tapping in the music, and I'm getting into it. I'm like, oh man, I miss it. So I had to go back and plead with the director to be allowed back in the band because I kind of missed it, but I still wanted to be a flag. I really hated they wouldn't let me do that. Mia says, yeah, it's bad when the seniors ditch. Melanie says, muscle memory to Amelia. Yeah. Trumpets are hard to play because you had to hold your mouth in a certain way, and it took a while for me to try to get that sound back that you have to make. It was like starting over again. It had been so long since I played it. And of course, I still had my reading the music problem. In 8th grade, I purposely performed badly during my test to see what chair I would be because I wanted to sit in the back of the clarinet section with my crush, a boy who, after last performance, everything laughed. Couldn't remember the song at all. Oh, no, I jumped to the second one, thinking it was the conclusion of Melanie's. Melanie's is down here. A boy who looked just like the actor Joshua Jackson. It worked. Well, it's one way of doing it, right? Amanda said, after last performance, everything laughed. Couldn't remember the song at all. John Phillips Sousa, name right. Okay, right. Yeah, John Phillips Sousa. The song, what was it called? Black Horse Troop, I think the song was called. I'm like, I never heard of this song before. And then how am I going to play this? I just said my parents were so cool that they went looking to find, because it wasn't one of his more well-known songs, but they actually found a recording for me. So I was able to do my audition, though I hated every minute of it. Master Sango says, I really like hearing you laugh. That's funny. I think my laugh is funny. Well, I'm glad you like hearing it. Melanie says, I had a roommate like that. She played almost a dozen instruments. Yeah, she's probably like my dad. He could pick anything up as long as he knew the song. All he had to do was figure out the finger movements, by playing them, testing them, till he got the song, and then he remembered them. I mean, once he got it, he loved it. Oh man, Melanie says the same thing. You love my laugh. Oh, thank you guys. I think it's weird, but thank you. It's nice to hear. Jenna says that's so opposite Melanie. Oh, wait a minute. Skipped over something. Jumped on me. All right. Love my laugh. Jenna says, my daughter likes your laugh too. Really? That's amazing. To me, it just sounds weird. Of course, we never sound like ourselves. What we actually hear is different. So like the first time I heard myself on a recording, I'm like, who is that? It sounded so different. And somebody explained to me the fact of, what we hear is muffled by our ears, blah, blah, blah. Well, the whole thing. I'm like, really? So I don't really sound like I hear. I'm not sure if I like the other voice better. Then again, I've been told I have a sexy voice too, so go figure. Melanie says, yeah, we had that argument too in our band with boys playing clarinet and flute. We had a couple in each section too who were so good. This was a story in high school. Well, I think you're younger than I am. It was probably more accepted, but when I started, it was unheard of for a girl to play a trumpet. And they weren't going to let me. I mean, it was a big argument. My parents were fine with it, but the school was not. And we had, a really big problem. And finally they said, fine. And then a girl said, well, I want to play a trombone. So then she had the same problem because girls don't play trombones. So there, it was me on the trumpet and her on the trombone. And we had a lot of trouble because other people didn't like it either. Amia says, I play a little clarinet and trumpet along with my flute and piccolo. Cool. That's cool. I didn't like the clarinet reeds. My sister played the clarinet, but I didn't like the woodsy reeds. I don't like that. And the flute and piccolo they didn't interest me at all. Melanie says, my mom quit marching band to become a cheerleader. Traitor. Well, like I said, I wanted to be a flag, and it really made me mad that I couldn't be in the flag guard. And they said, and when they, like I said, they told me, no, because we need you in the band. I said, well, you're lost because I'm quitting the band if I can't be in the flag guard. So like, what did you prove here? And I don't know how much longer before I think a year went by before I said, look, I want to come back. So I did. Eventually go back. I was there for my senior year. Genesis, so opposite Melanie. Amelia says, uh-oh. Wait a minute. Here we go. It jumped again. Amelia says, I wanted to try color guard, but I had an issue with being afraid of flying props. Trying to remember if we had a color guard or not. We had flags. And we had, I think we even had batons. I learned how to do baton when I was a little kid, and I was in the parade with my baton. I wasn't very old. I didn't continue with it because they didn't have it where we moved. Amelia says, I also play recorder and ocarina. Never heard of that. Although mostly by ear. Might not even be in the right key. By ear. Maybe that's what the Herm I wanted from my dad. He plays by ear. He doesn't play he can't read music. Jenna says, this just seems like most choose one or the other, at least in my school. Jenna says, I was a drama geek. One of my daughters was in the theater. And they did The Little Mermaid. She was one of the mermaids. Her little costume to make it look like a tail. Mia says, can't cross-contaminate the band and cheerleader cuties. Oh, wow. Melanie says, I wish I got involved in drama, but I was too busy with the band. I like drama, but I was, again, terrified of I did do a few things when I was younger, but the older I got, the worse I got. She said, I got close, though. I played in the pit orchestra for 3 years. It was so much fun, except during Hell Week. Melanie says, the shows I did pit for were Sweet Charity, Barnum, and I can't remember the one from senior year. Now, my ex-husband was in musicals. Their school did musicals. I guess our school did too, because I think that's what my daughter, I think Little Mermaid was a musical. My ex-husband though was an excellent singer and actor, and he got ripped off of his senior year. Because by audition earlier, he should have had the lead role, but they only let the lead role go to seniors. So by the time he got to his senior year, he had to quit because he had to start working. So he never got the chance to get a lead role. He qualified earlier. They just wouldn't let him do it because they only wanted seniors in the lead roles. And I went to all the practices. I could have filled in for any of those people because I knew them by heart. And they did yeah, right, sure they did. They did Oliver, um what's that song? What's that one? I can't think of it. And they did Oklahoma. And like I said, he was an excellent singer. And the thing is, his mother wouldn't let him take singing lessons. She let his sister, and he's a lot better than her, but she wouldn't let him take singing lessons. And he really was good. And I loved, going to all the shows. I wasn't, I was allowed to go, even though I wasn't from that school. They let me in to watch. Obviously, I couldn't fill in for any of them, even though I could have filled any of those spots. I knew it by heart because I was at every performance. I mean, every rehearsal. Amir says, I love pit orchestra too, but I hated the teacher. And after I quit band, he kept picking on me and getting revenge. Can't remember if he finally got ousted for pedophilia or not. Might have been another. Ooh. Jenna says, I was always an extra or whatever, but I made the most of it. Well, extra's better than a standard out bystander. Can't talk tonight. Bystander. Melanie says, Jenna, what did I do? Jump again? Doggone it. Melanie says, then a couple years after I graduated, I went back because they needed another clarinetist, and the drama department had their own production of Les Miserables. It was incredible. One of my band teachers, Amelia said, oh, okay, must be we talking about the pedophilia. Jenna writes, ooh, Amelia. Melanie says, Jenna writes, I almost read it out again. That's awesome, just to be part of something that's so big. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, we tried to see if I could be like an extra in there, but they say you don't go to our school, we can't let you do it. Sorry. But we did try to see if I could be an extra because I was always there. I knew the whole thing by heart. Mary says, my first two band teachers really nourished me. I was first chair in middle school before they rerouted the entire school system. I hate my town. Jenna says, I pushed my daughter, but it wasn't her jam to get into drama. Yeah, I had one interested in drama, but the other one didn't. And the one who did, of course, could sing. She was the only one. Well, the others probably could sing if they tried, but they didn't want nothing to do with singing. And like I said, my ex-husband had an excellent voice, and she got his voice. She definitely can sing. She was in choir and stuff like that. Melanie says, yeah, Mary, that was our drama instructor, and he would argue with our band director, pit conductor, about how we sucked and we weren't playing the songs right every year. Oh, boy. Jenna says, I worked with the choir class on Grease, and supposedly it could actually sing back then. I can't sing. So I know my daughter's voice came from her dad's side of the family, not mine, for sure. Melanie says, to Amelia. That's why I didn't do sports in high school. I love basketball and volleyball, but I don't like heavy objects flying close by my face. Oh, yeah, especially if they spike that ball. Ooh. Melanie says, have fun. Jenna says, sports are not my thing. I played field hockey, softball. Wasn't great at softball, but my field hockey, I was a wing. I wasn't too bad. Melanie says, the only pro sport I get super excited about is Cleveland baseball. Yeah, I love baseball. Only it's the Phillies for me. Our team is really doing really well this season. Our basketball team, on the other hand, meh. Yeah, I watched the Phillies. We don't have one in New Jersey, so Phillies it is. And I love the professional baseball, but I haven't been watching it since the pandemic and all that stuff went on. I never restarted watching it. I didn't miss a game there for a while. Maya says I wanted to play soccer again freshman year after quitting in 6th grade. Quit after they made me practice until I nearly fainted. They yelled at me for it too, those brats. My town sucks. Jeez, you've had a rough time. Jenna says, I know people there with kids in baseball, and it's huge over there, Melanie. Well, jump, it keeps jumping. You guys are typing so fast, I guess that's why it's jumping so much. Melanie says, oh my God, that is terrible. That's why I'm glad I didn't get involved in school sports. I didn't do a lot of school sports, but I did do some. Melanie says to Jenna, oh, for sure. My husband and I are going to start going to weekend games in June, probably. Tickets are super cheap. Yeah, right now. Jenna says, I guess the Giants are big here as well, but I'm weird. I like hockey. Melanie says, all I remember from Oklahoma is eek. Gosh. I guess you're talking about the musical. I mean, I love the musical Oklahoma. And at the high school wasn't that bad. I mean, it wasn't great, but, you know, nothing like the original show, of course. But he was the second lead. He could not get the first lead. Even though he was better than the first lead, they refused because of him being in junior year and not a senior. Melanie says, I want to get back into hockey. Our team is pretty good too, I guess. I never really got into hockey much. Even though I played field hockey, I never got into it. Jenna says, it's a chore to go to any sports for me since everything is a couple hours away in San Francisco for the most part. We have the Sacramento Kings, but they don't do a lot for me. Melanie says, I went to another school for my SATs and was so upset to see how much better their school system was just by the ads they had on their walls for different activities, reading Harry Potter in Spanish. Melanie says, StreamYard keeps jumping. Everyone mark your bingo squares. Yeah, right? Melanie says, I'm lucky that I'm a 25-ish minute drive from downtown Cleveland, far enough away from the hustle and bustle, close enough to go to events if I want to. Well, it's like Philadelphia is not that far away. It's just over the river, but it's a lot of highway and city to deal with and bridges. So, not for me. Jenna said, that's perfect. Millie says, all the concerts always skip over Indiana. Luckily, my favorite band is coming to Indianapolis. Melanie wants to know which band. Mia says AJR. Never heard of them. Jenna says, I don't think my daughter has mentioned them. Well, since you're young, they're probably young. That's probably why I haven't heard of them. Many said they wrote some songs that got on the radio, but you never realized that it is the same band. They have a really cool sound too, and I haven't heard a bad song from them yet. Not for everyone though. Very cool. Oh wow, I got to the end. I read all the comments. Up. Spoke too soon. I'll be back in a few minutes making homemade pasta salad. Oh, that sounds so good. Send some this way. My daughter doesn't have the best taste in music, but I still encourage her to listen to it. I had problems. My girls listened to their father when he said no rap, whatever, no this, whatever. He censored them. My son came along and he's like, listening to stuff, sneaking it and whatnot. And so I said, let me hear this music, because his father was giving him grief. So I started listening to the music he was listening to. And I said, well, I don't find it that bad. Yes, they say a few bad words, but I didn't find the music to be that bad. So I learned those songs and I knew them. And when I was working at the theater, I was the only adult usually there. The kids were all teenagers, mostly under 18. And they're like, you know what that song is? Because they were playing a channel. It had the song on it. I said, yeah, I know who it is. I told them what the name was and who sang it. And I knew most of the words to it. They said, our parents keep taking this music away from us. And we have to keep getting new copies of the CD because somebody was making the copies. I said, well, that's the main reason why I told my son I want to know what he's listening to. And if I don't object to it, then he can play it, as long as he doesn't play it so loud the whole neighborhood is complaining. So the kids were impressed that I was an adult and I actually listened to. I said I bought my own CDs. I got my own CDs of it. They're like, wow. I said, yeah. I told them this, because I knew he was going to do like these kids all did. They just kept getting a new copy of the CD. Parents say no and take it away and they get another one. I said, what's the point in that? I don't think the same way as some parents do. My parenting is different than a lot of adults. But my kids came, they grew up right. So I figure they're not in jail, they're not doing drugs, and so they're not drunkards, so they're not, they're fine. They wrote Bang, if you've heard that, got pretty popular in January. Let's see. Most of my music tended to be anime. Amelia said, anime, I'm not sure what OSTS is. Shanna says, we drove to the coast last weekend with my best friend and her 12-year-old daughter, and they controlled the radio most of the day. They being the kids. Yeah, I assume that's what you meant. Amelia says, Kuma. Jenna writes romance. So why did I do every once in a while I read the whole thing out. It's like my brain is in somewhere else. I totally encourage music. Amelia says putting all the CD bootlegging business out of business. There's a lot of people that were doing that, making copies of stuff. Jenna says it's a lot to do with calming anxiety for me. I even learned the words and sing along. OSTS is basically background music. Oh, okay. So it wasn't a typo. Gotcha. And Maya says, if the CDs don't get taken away, they can't keep selling copies. Well, they weren't selling copies. They were, I mean, sure they were selling copies as long as they, oh, wait a minute. Maybe I'm reading this wrong. Let me think about this a second. If the CDs don't get taken, they can't. Okay, got it. I was reading it backwards. Can't get taken. Yeah, obviously one of their friends, had access to and could just keep making them new copies. And so I said, well, that's stupid. And like I said, I listened to what my son was listening to. There were a couple I said I wasn't happy with, but if he had to listen to them, he had to do it quietly. No music so loud the neighborhood is rocking and everybody's yelling at me. Because some of those songs were objectionable to some people. I said, I don't mind you listening to them, but you got to keep it down. My ex-husband never knew that because he definitely, and the girls got mad at me. They said, Mom, we weren't allowed to listen to it. I said, your father was in charge. I had nothing to do with that. We can sprint. I said, I had nothing to do with that. You can go yell at your father. they didn't like a lot of things that I let their brother do differently than they were. I said, well, I was a single mom at that point, and I decided how to bring him up. And my ways may have been different than a lot of people's, but they were effective. And that's what I had to work with. So we can do a sprint. Let me find the timer. All right. 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Excuse me. I do feel my voice is a little bit better since I took that Mucinex. Mucinex with a decongestant. It's pretty good. I was trying to fix something on my blog that I screwed up. Somebody left me a message that it was messed up, so I was trying to fix it. All right. Jenna says, I'm petting the cat. Very important. Melanie says, oh, springtime now I can snack. Amelia says, attending the cat is in fact serious business. Yeah, right. If mine ever actually wanted to have anything to do with me, this last one I had, it was amazing. Most of the times she wanted nothing to do with me. Melanie says, I'm actually going now. Hop off and get ready for bed. Been a long day. So great to have you back, Tessa. It's fun chatting with everyone. Good night, Melanie, if you're still here. Pleasant dreams. Feel better soon. And thank you. Yeah, so I don't know what anybody else got done, but I was trying to do my messages for my blog post that I did earlier, and I came across one that told me I had something wrong, and I don't know if it's fixed or not fixed. Jenna got 591. That's a good job. I wish I was in a spot where I was actually writing. Editing is, and going word by word, trying to fix things isn't as much fun. Jenna says, how are you feeling, Tessa? You've been going for a while. Amelia got 103. Good job, Amelia. My biggest problem is my foot is bothering me. There's not much I can do about that. I took a pain pill a little while ago, so that's hopefully going to take effect soon. As far as tired, I'm not tired yet. Mary says, I feel happy with the story even though I'm second guessing myself. That's normal, second guessing. I think we all do that. It's definitely not unusual. Jenna says, I need to edit and make a book cover too. Vaguely remember seeing that you had another book, but I didn't get a chance to go look for it yet. Lizzie! Yay, you're back. You missed me so much. Thank you, Lizzie. Missed all you guys too. It was one of the hardest things was not being able to, have access to my streams and stuff. That's great. I'm glad you missed me. I missed all of you. Jenna says they're short, little, steamy romances. Cool. I haven't figured out how to find the first one that I have because it's on my phone. I haven't been able to find it. I don't know how to use the phone. trying to find something to read on there is whatever pops up because I can't figure out what I'm doing. Amelia says, my main side character has so much family issues. Best kind of character. Lizzie says, it's been over a month. I'm so happy you're back from the hospital. Yeah, me too. Yes, you're right. It's been over a month. It was almost 7 weeks. And I am glad to be back. Believe me, it was not a great experience. A regular hospital would not have been that bad, but that was a lot of neglect and abuse situation, and it was really bad. Jen says, I'm just getting my name out there since I realized that I did not hot 20 years at work. It's 19. I need to build my empire. Oh, I guess you mean you did not have 20 years at work. It's only 19. You need to build your empire. Yeah, you need to get your name out there. That's a good idea. Amelia Witch said, all good, Lizzie. Lizzie Six, one of my coaches spelled my name wrong. Who the heck is Liz Ebeth? What's funny, I registered to vote, and there's not enough lines for my middle name. So my middle name comes up as Elizabeth. It ends at the T, no H. Because they have your whole name, Teresa. And then it says Elizabeth. I'm like, so I, tried to change it because I thought they spelled it wrong. And finally somebody after I kept trying to change it, somebody told me, yeah, mine's spelled with an A too. Elizabeth. Mine has an A in it. They finally told me that they only had enough characters. It wasn't because they made a mistake spelling it. Now, why would you not put more characters in there for longer names? So my voting thing says Teresa Elizabeth. Now, if they ever go to my license and look at it, it's not going to be right because, well, my license probably has only the E, though. I may not have the whole thing. Yeah. Elizabeth. Be surprised how many variations of the name people seem to come up with. Well, even for Teresa, there's a lot of variations. And then the Elizabeth, there's a lot of nicknames for it, too. Lizzie said, this is the sign I should go by, Lizzie. People spell it Lizzie, but I don't mind. Oh, because it's not my name. They're spelling wrong. Yeah, it's your nickname. Mary said, so mine spelled with a Y. Why? Yeah, Amelya. That is, yeah, wow. Yeah, and Jenny's got Jen with one N. Sure, yeah, Therese. I don't doubt it because a lot of people use Teresa, so they would have two S's if it was Teresa, possibly. Your sister spells your name Ebeth. Oh. Melia says, I think people panic when they hear my name. I like the people who ask instead of panic. Spelling. How difficult is Amelia? I mean, I knew so many well, not that many, but I mean, I knew several Amelias. And they're all spelled the way you spell yours. So I don't understand why that would be so difficult. Because one of my daughter's friends was Amelia. And she didn't go by Amy. Like some people go by Amy. But she went by Amelia. She didn't shorten hers to Amy. Lizzie says, never be afraid to ask people. I wish people would ask. You know how many people get my name completely wrong? My real name. Completely wrong. And if it's an official document, I have to go through the hassle of getting it fixed. If it's just something that doesn't matter, I don't worry about it that much. But Yeah, you understand the Liz with an S, Elizabeth, but never E Beth. Yeah, that is weird. I've never seen it that way. That's weird. I've never even seen it spelled that way. It's so strange. I can only imagine Amelia being Amelia. I've never seen a different spelling. No, I never have either. So I said, I don't understand that one. Lizzie says, I understand Catherine getting spelled. Yeah. My daughter is Catherine. 2 syllables. Kathryn. And everybody spells it Catherine like you've got it right there. It's like, that's not her name. And that's 3 syllables. Hers is 2. Catherine. uh, Amelia says, River out here had only one in my grade that went by Millie. More common baby name, though. Millie. As a nickname for Amelia? That's strange. I'd be the one to spell it Catherine. Well, it's funny. She was going to name her first baby Katrina. So it wasn't quite the same as hers, but similar. And then Hurricane Katrina came along. She goes, I'm not naming my kid Katrina. And then, let's see here. Amelia says, so one of those baby name books. It's crazy, the alternate spellings. Yeah, there's tons. And people are making them up nowadays. So you never know. We pronounce Catherine. That T-H-E-R is too much to say, I guess. That's weird. Yeah, because she is spelled Catherine. Kathryn. And they all call her Catherine. I'm like, it's not Catherine. They spell it that way. It's not spelled that way. It's Kathryn. Because I always have to spell it whenever, because she's my contact person for anywhere, the hospital and all that stuff. And I have to spell her name for people because they, I can't just say Catherine because they're going to put Kathrine or CH because there is a version with C. But I don't know. Names drive me crazy. All my life, I had a fight with Teresa. And then I married a guy with a name that nobody could pronounce or spell. And now I'm stuck with it. I don't want to pay the money to change it, and I don't want to change it now. I mean, it would make me legal. It would make my Tessa Dean legal, because that is my maiden name. It would be my maiden, if I wanted to legalize it. But I would have to change everything. It's just not worth it. I leave everything alone. I'm not going to worry about it. Use that as my pen name. And everybody online for the last 10 years knows me as Tessa. It's only my family that calls me Terry. And at this point in my life, I'm not going to try to change them and tell them I want to be called Tessa. It was hard enough getting them to change my Terry from a Y to a 9. Lizzie says, people call me Isabella all the time, as I've said before. It sounds nothing like my name. Isabella. No. Doesn't sound anything like it. Amelia says, people always hear my last name differently, too, even though it's pretty common. We have to spell it out so nothing weird happens. Well, that's a problem because of legal documents. It can't be spelled wrong. And it's such a pain to fix. She says, hey, Isabella, no skirt. Hey, Isabella, you have to do that problem. Hey, Isabella, how are you doing? Emily, where are you? Are these all the names you get called? Lizzie Lake, sure, Erica, right? Oh, it's funny. Well, my one daughter is Karen, and when she was little, we called her Carrie, and we called her Care Bear before the Care Bears became famous. I said, they stole our name. We called our daughter Care Bear for a long time for that, you know, thing of bears came out, the Care Bears. We called her that all the time. So they stole our name. Oh, Amelia Bedelia. There's a book that's called Amelia Bedelia. Yeah, I know. We should have trademarked it, but it certainly wasn't anything we thought of at the time, you know. We were just calling her that is and my oldest daughter called her Cammy because she couldn't say Carrie or Karen. So she called her Cammy. So we called her Carrie and she called her Cammy till she learned to talk. Lizzie says her dance teacher called her Jennifer 3 times on her first day. You know, he said, yeah, we read that book in class. Lizzie says, I remember those books. I don't think I ever read them, but I did hear of them. So as soon as you said that, I knew exactly what you were talking about. Names are definitely troublesome. Well, after it was funny. I named the first one Catherine, Ryn, and then my second daughter was Karen. And after we did the birth certificate, I said, darn, I should have had her last syllable be Ryn, and then they would match, Catherine and Karen. Because we knew someone who spelled her name that way. But I didn't think of it at the time. And it was too late once the birth certificate was filed. I had to pay for a name change in order to change it. Lizzie says Elizabeth Jennifer. I wonder what will be next. Amelia said, yeah, it's a joke. I don't think you could even trademark it as a nickname unless you put it in a book or something. Would have been rich if you did, though. Yeah. Yeah. Well, if it had been trademarked, then they couldn't have used it. But it was just so annoying that, here we've been all these years calling our daughter that, and then they come out with this Care Bear. All those how many Care Bears they had. Quite a few of them. Lizzie says, my pen name is Libby instead of Elizabeth. Easier for people to get right. Yeah, Libby's easier to spell. Yeah, trademark law sucks. Don't forget I said anything. I remember that conversation. Before I went in the hospital, we had that conversation. Oh. Yeah, Jennifer is a very common name. One of my nieces is Jennifer. She didn't. Her mother said she wasn't going to be Jenny. It was going to be Jennifer, not Jenny. And she ended up being called Jenny. Lizzie says, my mom suggested going by Bitsy. I'd rather go by Jennifer. I've heard the name Bitsy. I don't think I'd want to be called Bitsy, but I have heard that name. Since Elizabeth is my middle name, it doesn't come up too often, thankfully. I did ask my parents, though, why They named me, I hate Teresa. And I said, why did you name me that? Because you're named after your two grandparents. Well, why didn't you name me Elizabeth Teresa? I like Elizabeth. I hate Teresa. But I got named after my father's mother first, then my mother's mother. And Teresa Elizabeth, I guess, does sound better if you're saying it. But I hate Teresa. I like Elizabeth. And there's a lot of nicknames you could pick from for that. One of the core spring coaches' name is Jennifer. We call her Jen. Yeah, I think my niece used Jenn for a while. I don't know if she still is or not. Lizzie says my middle name is Ann. Even people would spell that wrong. Oh, yeah. My oldest daughter is Catherine Ann. And I'm pretty sure we put an E on it. But you know what? To this day, I can't swear to it. Hope she never asked me because I can't remember whether it was Ann with the E or out of the E. That's my real name. Funky Love Jen. Though. Yeah. Funky. Yeah, I haven't seen Funky. I think I saw him on a stream, though, and I think he said something to me. Mary said kids always do that nickname thing. I was immune, though, because it was too much work to brainstorm a nickname for me. They forgot about before they could find one. My parents called me Terry. That's where the Terry came from. And then it just carried on. And I said I hated the name Teresa and said, I'm not answering anybody who calls me Teresa. So I would sit there and they'd call me in school, Teresa, Teresa, Teresa. And I just ignored them. And then I guess somehow my mother found out and she's like, Teresa. And I'm ignoring her. She says, Teresa Elizabeth. Teresa Elizabeth Dean. I got all three names. You better answer me when I speak to you. I don't care what you think about your name. You will answer me when I call you. And so I knew when my mother started shouting Teresa Elizabeth Dean, I was in trouble. Mania says, in my opinion, my middle name is, no, laughing my ass off, sorry. My middle name is Ann, and they would always spell it Ann. Yeah, that's what I said. I can't remember right now which way we spelled my daughter. I think we had an E on it, but I'm not absolutely positive. And that's bad when you can't remember your own kid's name. I'm pretty sure it has an E on it, but I'm not positive. Lizzie says I was called Lizzie until we moved to Florida. All of a sudden, I became this Elizabeth person who became Isabella. Then Catherine, then Emily, then Erica, then Isabel, then Jennifer, waiting for the next one. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I have to work. I have people, because the Teresa, most people spell it with an H. So I had to fight for that all the time. There's no H in my name. And then I had people calling me Teresa. I'm like, my name is not Teresa. And then they said something stupid like, well, there's no H in it. I said, well, why would that make it Teresa? It's Teresa. And I actually prefer Teresa because the Italian who I was named after, my grandmother was Italian. The Italian spelling and pronunciation is Teresa. Even though it's Teresa, it's pronounced Teresa. Teresa. I can't roll the R's like they do. But I like that pronunciation. Now, if you call me Teresa, it wouldn't be so bad. Teresa. I'm saying it wrong, but I can't say it with that accent. But Frankenstein's first name was Victor. Yeah, I think it was. People even asked if my last name is Frankenstein. You're not joking. Why? Frankenstein's first name was Victor. Lizzie says, your name is Elizabeth Frankenstein. Oh my gosh. People pronounce my last name as Franklin. Hey, at least they asked to spell it. Oh my gosh. Looks like we all got name problems. And it's getting harder all the time because people are coming up with the strangest names. You know, I look at some of these things, especially the foreign names. I'm like, how am I supposed to pronounce these names? I have no clue. And most of the doctors in the hospitals, they're foreigners. So their names are almost impossible. I don't know if I fixed that error or not on the post page. And I can't see what she's talking about. Because she says when she clicked on the link, she got an error. And it took her to in the link was the lady that had the site before her. I'm like, I can't find that in there. So I don't know what she's talking about. So I don't know if I fixed it or not. Isabella Ann Frankenstein. That's about right. Amelia says, oh, wait. In the original story, Victor did have a complicated romantic thing with adopted sister to become wife named Elizabeth. Lindsay says, I live with mostly Latinos in the population. They can't remember any plain white names. Yeah, I can imagine. I understand what you're saying, though, Lizzie. I do understand. But people have made it so that it's almost impossible to figure names out anymore. And most people just butcher it. Some people ask me, how do you pronounce your name? Most people just butcher it. And even after I tell them what it is, they butcher it anyhow. Yeah, Lizzie, you would think a generic name like yours would be common. Amelia said, names do be crazy, yeah. Jenna says, we were sorting dinner, so I checked out for a minute. Yeah, I noticed you were quiet. Amelia says, have to ask so when they butcher it, they don't accidentally get it right. Lizzie said, I've also been called a name that makes no sense. What did you even say, Victoria? I could say and spell your name right. Jenna says, no kids, so we didn't need to cook. That's cool. Lizzie says, bonus wrong name. Eliz. Oh, I can guess what that might be. The kid who called you that also had a rare name, Claudine. I'll say it's rare. You always introduce yourself as Jennifer because if I use Jen, it often turns into Jean. Oh, gosh. People are amazing. And they talk about wanting to make us all numbers and tattoo our numbers on us. As he says, when I repeated it back to him, the other two boys at our table almost fell out of their chairs laughing. Amelia said, Claude and called you Elizabeth. Jenna says, I am terrible at remembering names, so I sort of get it. Oh, I'm terrible. I get, that all the doctors in the hospital would come in and they introduce themselves. Half the time I can't understand them because their accents are so thick. And then, of course, even if they do give me a name, I can't figure it out. If they give me, because sometimes they come in with a card and I'm like, all right, I have no clue how to pronounce this. Because some of these foreign languages are just, you can't even guess. I mean, they're such odd letters combinations that, you just can't fix it. Lizzie says to Amelia, I'm not sure. He said he called me something else, but that's what I heard. It's close. Oh, boy. That's like in the hospital, the aides would come in and introduce themselves. I'm like, okay, but I'm going to tell you this. I'm no good with names, so don't expect me to remember it. There were a couple I remember because there was something different about the person that I was able to put the name to whatever it was that clicked. But most of the time, I had no idea who they were. Amelia says, man, I'm so immature, always thinking of comebacks. Well, Terry was a really common name when I was in school. I mean, you always had at least 6 or more in the class. I was surprised, my real last name, which is really weird. I thought it was so uncommon that I wouldn't find that many people with that name. And I happened to look it up for some reason. And I was shocked at how many people had that name. I said, are you kidding me? It was so uncommon. I thought for sure, there weren't that many of them. And I still get people contacting me. I said, look, that's my ex-husband's name. You want family information? Contact him. That wasn't my family. That was his family. Because there's people out there doing genealogy, and they contact me because I was more online and available. So they would contact me. I'm like, I married into the name. I don't know nothing about it. Couldn't tell you. Not even the remotest. Lizzie says, I have a comeback for him. Cloudy, never mind. He says, laughing my ass off. That's what I was thinking, Lizzie, but I didn't want to say it. I don't have to get up early tomorrow. Yay. I had to get up early this morning because I had an appointment. But I don't tomorrow. Yay. Genealogy. Yeah. Well, I did some genealogy for my kids because they had to do it for school. But for the most part, I don't have anything on his family because after his mother died, there wasn't anybody to ask. The father knew nothing. He wasn't into it. He didn't care who was in the family. He knew nothing. And he wasn't very helpful anyhow. So I really had no information past, the very closest generations. My family tree, I could go way back, but I couldn't on his side. I don't think any of my kids are interested in any of that stuff anyhow. These comebacks are not rated for younger viewers. I was doing genealogy for a little while, but I became bored. And if you wanted any real information, you had to pay Ancestry.com for it. It wasn't, what you got free wasn't very helpful. And it got kind of expensive. So I wasn't doing it that often to make it worth my money. Jenna says, Lizzie, you're the younger viewer. That's probably why she's got that grin on her face. I might do genealogy someday. Amelia says, never met my dad, and I'd like to see where my ancestors come from. Yeah, well, if you know who they are, like some kids don't know who their fathers are or mothers, whatever the case may be. And it's hard to look your genealogy up if you don't know that. You can get an idea with those DNA testing. They can give you an idea where your ancestors came from. If you don't want specifics, they can give you regions, I think. Janice says, someone on my mom's side of the family did a bunch of it, so I know about them. I know nothing about my dad's family. That's what happened here. Somebody was doing my mom's side, but my dad started to do his, but he didn't. I don't know if he kept up with it, and then he had a stroke, so I don't have access to what he did find. And, we talked about a couple of things, but I don't remember too much about. I have pretty far back, though. I do have a pretty, and I could have done more if I was really, really interested. But yeah, the DNA kits that they can pinpoint a region. So many people have done that, thinking they were one thing and gotten the thing back and found out that their family was from another area. Number, oh, wait a minute. No, 12 and under are younger viewers. I made the cut. Lydia says, I think that's for the T rating, Lizzie. Not that younger people don't know stuff. You know everything these days. Yeah, Jenna, they do. Lizzie says I was trying to use 0G13. PG. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. PG-13. Amelia says, don't even know where my mom's half of the family comes from beyond Michigan and Kentucky. Well, you figure, I don't know, I think there's DNA kits will pick up the people, all of us came from obviously Europe and Asia and whatever originally before we populated the North American continent. And so I think those kits can go back and get those, different regions that your family may have been part of. Lizzie says 0G isn't a rating. I don't think so. I was trying to figure out what you were trying to say. Janice says they know things I don't know. That's true. I mean, it's just maybe one of those weird TV ratings. Man. I didn't drink my soda. I ate my cake, but I didn't drink my soda. Emily says kids these days are back in my day. Yeah, back in your day. Well, it's like my granddaughter was really young, and my daughter, she didn't think anything of it. Yeah, Tessa and I can really say that. Mean it, Jenna says, yep. Back in your day. She didn't realize, because her daughter was young, and she didn't think anything of it. And she was ordering something. She had, lock on the phone, so the kid, couldn't accidentally do something. Well, she sat there. She wasn't very old and memorized the numbers because my daughter wasn't hiding them. She didn't think anything of it. And all of a sudden, she starts getting all these charges. My little granddaughter was ordering things on the phone. So she had to figure out another way of locking it because she realized what she was doing. Lizzie says, I'm restarting my second draft of my second book, so I'm heading off to bed. Good night, everyone. Happy naming and rating. Good night, Lizzie. Nice to see you again. See you next time. I don't know what draft I'm on. I've rewritten my book one so many times now. I don't know what draft I'm on. I wasn't counting them to begin with, and now it's like I just started it again, restarted it. We can do another sprint. You want to do another sprint, Jenna? Yeah, sometimes they call you Jen, sometimes they call you Jenna. It's like learning a new name. I don't know which you prefer. I know we kind of named you Jenna, but I don't know if you really want that to be your regular name. Maybe my foot swelling's gone down because the boot's not quite as tight right now. My God. It was really tight there for a while. Anything is fine with you. Jenna makes me laugh. Sure, I might work on the book cover. Okay. Set another sprint. Because I have to see if I fix that problem on that page or not. Timer. There it is. Reset. I was going to hit start on 0. I would have worked out real well. All right. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Well, I noticed the new book was said Jennifer Mooney on it and not Jenna. You don't have to. I mean, it's still a nickname for Jennifer, so. Because sometimes they call you Jen and sometimes they call you Jen. So, all right. See you later. Hi, BH. Nice to see you. I was just trying to make sure that post is all right. I can't see anything wrong. I think it's all right now. I did some more writing on my book. I'm doing a little bit at a time. I'm changing some things. So I'm starting to be more aware of a lot of duplicate stuff that's coming up, and I have to go back and figure out where's the best place to put the information and not duplicate it. So probably got quite a few of those areas to work my way through. Maria's list of names. Couldn't move my foot, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. I'm like, why can't I lift my foot up? The boot was underneath. It had slid the front of the boot, which sticks out, slid underneath my computer center, and I didn't realize it. I'm trying to lift my foot up, and I can't. It's stuck under there. And then I pull it out. Crazy. Very crazy. I can't wait to get this thing off. I really can't. I hope he doesn't say I have to wear it for longer. It's hard walking on your heel, too. Sometimes I find my feet flat. And of course, when I take the shoe off that has a piece on it to make it raise it up so they're even, I was used to walking flatter, odd, not flat across, but up and down. And so now I've got the piece on my shoe, and though it feels better now, it took a while to get used to because I was used to walking at an angle. Because somebody was telling me today that they did that. Theirs was only supposed to be 6 weeks, and they did that, and it ended up being 6 months. I'm like, 6 months? I don't want to hear anything about 6 months. 6 months. I'm only at 6 weeks, almost 6 weeks. I can't imagine wearing it for another, what, 4.5? 4.5 months? Oh my God. This is hard enough. And they said I could drive if I can fit in the car. I don't know. I'm gonna try getting in the car, but I feel awkward, and I right now I'm afraid to even think about trying to drive with this thing on. I want to get it off, and then I can go back to my regularly scheduled movement. Although once I move, I won't have a car, and that'll be really messed up because I won't be able to go anywhere without someone taking me. I don't know how that's going to work. But I can't keep up with the things the way they are here. I need help. And I need someone that I can trust, and not an aide who comes in 5 days out of 7 and she's only here, periodically. So they just increased the counties because I said my daughter said it could be in another city, which happens to be in another county. So that opens up more places. So maybe I'll get one faster that way. There are places open, but there are places I don't want to live. There are certain places in New Jersey you don't want to live. She goes, we got places there, but you don't want to live there, believe me. And I'm like, I know I don't want to live there. My kids were horrified. There's no way you're living in that area. Dangerous. It's like one of the highest crime rate areas around. And my daughter was saying how she's got to come back and start helping me do it, go through all this stuff because I have to downsize a lot. Mary says, uh-oh, my MC just accidentally tapped into my psych character's emotional trauma. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. I didn't even ask, what did you guys do? uh, trying to figure out if I want to schedule one for tomorrow or not. Mia says, I mostly help person with figuring out personalities for characters using the Enneagram as a guide. Got like a sentence of my own project on. It's like I'm doing it in little chunks. I mean, it's I'm not doing nano. I missed it completely. I can just not count my words or worry about counting up time or anything. Yeah, that's how you pronounce it. Enneagram. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Oh, I forgot my soda again. It's like a personality wheel that relates different personality types to others and focuses on motivation and strengthening characters of people. Interesting. I'm thinking about food again. Like I said, I may have lost weight while I was there, but I'm going to make up for it soon. Now all I can think about is food. I want to eat again. My blood sugar's high though. So it may not be 4 hours since I last ate. I didn't keep track of the time of when I ate. I don't know when it was. That's the other thing about taking off the boot at night. I have to keep a light on so I can see, because if I have to get up to go to the bathroom or anything, I have to put the light on. And if my blood sugar's low, I have to get up. I need to have the boot on, and it's a pain. And I said, I'm not going to be taking this boot on and off. So it's just like, leave it on. Haven't time lately to work on my work. In progress, I've been squeezing small bouts of poetry. I saw some things on Instagram, BH. Was that your writing? Yeah, this food is a real pain. And I'm not allowed to walk. I can't put pressure on my foot. And the other night when I took it off for the first time and I'm trying to go to sleep, one, the covers were too heavy on it because I was used to sleeping with the boot on and it kept the covers off my foot. And so that was bothering my foot. And then I woke up and had to go to the bathroom and I put my foot out of the bed onto the floor and I'm like, oh, and I pulled it back up because I'm not allowed to put pressure on it. And if I do put my foot out, it has to be on the heel only, but I'm not supposed to put any pressure without the boot. I didn't have the boot on, but I quick grabbed my heel and then I almost fell out of the bed. I'm like, this is definitely not going the way it's supposed to. I had a week and a half, I think, go before I see the doctor. Man, I hope he says the thing can come off. It's hard to get dressed. I mean, I have enough trouble getting dressed without this thing, but it's so large and you got to try to squeeze things over it. And I can't bend over because of my back. And, oh, it's a pain. Billy says, I'm not sure where I should go from here on my work in progress. I could either have a whole shopping scene or skip it as it doesn't add as much to the story and have the next chapter be him at work. I put so much junk in my first draft and I started thinking about it. I'm like, as I was going through it, I'm thinking, why do I have this here? Like, what does it add to the story? Like, it makes absolutely no sense. It doesn't mean anything to the story. If I took it out, no one's gonna, say, oh, this doesn't make any sense. You should have something else there. Doggone thing. It's in the way. I don't have a lot of room here anyhow. This thing's so darn big. And so now I have to be more aware when I'm writing. Is this actually a necessary piece of writing? Because there's a lot of stuff in there that was like, just idly putting things in there. I'm like, really? It doesn't add anything to the story. It's just making more words, but it's not helping the story any. So what is the purpose? So I'm trying to not do that if I can help it. Doggone foot hurts. I hope this thing, oh man. I hope it's just trying to get used to the different height now that I'm wearing the thing on my shoe to make it more equal. I'm not even sure it's equal. To tell you the truth. There's Jenna. There, I just said Jenna there. I was wondering where you were. I remember you said you were going to work on a cover, so I thought maybe you didn't hear the thing go off. When I was in the hospital, I spent more time on Instagram, so I was reading a lot more stuff. Now I'm back home, I probably won't be on there as often. Jenna says, oh, wait a minute, skip something. Amelia says, yeah, like fan fiction fodder. I'm trying to even think about how a shopping scene would go. I could weave in story elements, but compared to the rest of the book, it would be filler. Might also be weird. Yeah, I had a lot of thoughts like that. And a couple people pointed some of them out when they were reading, the beta readers. And I'm like, yeah, I do that a lot. Long run-on sentences are another thing I do. A lot of stuff that's in there that doesn't need to be, that makes absolutely no sense. And I repeat a lot of things. Like the same thing over and over again. And people said, like, we're tired of reading it. It's like, You don't need it. It's too much. I got to figure out how to cut all that stuff out. I'll figure it out eventually. Jenna said, I made a book cover and sent it to a friend to see what they think. That's cool. What are you making your book covers with? I use Canva, but I know there's other stuff out there. Maya says to skip it as my character just told them they need to go shopping. Oh, might also be weird to skip it as my character just told them they need to go shopping. But it doesn't mean that you have to put it in, because most people know what a shopping trip is. Unless something strange happens or special happens, you may not need to put the shopping trip in there. Think about what it is. Is it something that's needed? Will it advance the story, or is it just adding words? Because I did a lot of adding words, not necessarily advancing the story any. They made a bunch of book covers for this. I think I made it like 7 or 8 because of the possible stories I think I might have. So I don't know how much longer I'm going to have Canva Pro. And the book covers, unless you have the professional version, most of them have the, thing on it. What do they call that? Where it says that it's made by Canva. Their advertising, you don't want that on your book cover. I mean, I had the professional version, but I won't after I move. It's only till I move. Watermark. That's the word. Thank you. Where it says just next chapter, be like, yeah, we went shopping. I think it could be interesting that they just met, and main character is very physically unstable right now. I could probably make it interesting, but I don't know. Yeah, think about it. And try a couple different things and see. BA says, good night. Glad to pop in. I have to wake up early again to clean the new house some more. Thank you so much. Okay, well, I don't think I looked today. Yeah, didn't see anything from you on there today, but I knew you were cleaning the new house and that you've got people coming to live with you. A lot of changes. A new place to live, new people moving in. So, good night. I'm glad you popped in. Nice to see you again. I'm not sure if I'm going to sprint tomorrow or not. I have to probably wait till tomorrow to make my decision. See what tomorrow brings. Tomorrow's Sunday, though. I don't have to get up early. I don't know, Amelia. It's weird because I'm not tired. I mean, earlier I couldn't keep my eyes open, but I'm not tired. Good night, B8. Sweet dreams. Like I'm awake now. So if I go to bed now, I'll just be laying uncomfortably in bed. This is definitely not comfortable. I can't get comfortable with this stupid thing on. So, he says, I'm not tired, but it might be because I've been drinking Pepsi. Well, I'm drinking Coke, Diet Coke. I'm drinking Coke. It's got caffeine in it. BA says, oh yeah, loads of changes. Yeah, I imagine that's a lot to take in all at once. And Jenna says, I've been drinking soda all day. I wouldn't have any, except my grandson bought me a big bottle, a 2 liter, um, yesterday when they came for dinner. That's the only reason I have any soda. I don't usually have soda in the house. I have Coke. I used to be, when I, regular soda, I prefer Pepsi. But when it comes to diet, I prefer Coke. Weird. BH says, I can't drink soda due to a stomach condition. Yeah, well, it doesn't bother my stomach, but yeah, that can be a problem if it gives you, I mean, some people can't take the seltzer that's in it, the buzz, the bubbles and stuff. Yeah, caffeine isn't everything. Caffeine is everything. Sorry, I read that wrong. Well, I'm not supposed to drink caffeine because of certain stomach issues myself. Hasn't stopped me though. Did for a while when it was really bad. But I haven't had a stomach problem from it in a long time. I shouldn't talk about that. Jinx myself. At I don't get much caffeine unless I'm going through a tea thing. But even then, I buy decaffeinated tea. So really, not getting caffeine if I drink tea here. I mean, in the hospital was caffeine. So I had caffeine 3 times a day in the hospital, 3 cups of tea. But here I have decaffeinated tea. But my grandson bought me Coke. And I'm not going to turn it down because I do like soda occasionally. I mean, I'm not hooked on it or anything, but and I usually don't buy it. On occasion, I buy it. If I'm gonna splurge on a takeout meal, I'm gonna get a soda. I already screwed up by getting takeout. So might as well go ahead and get the soda too. At least I finally got my rental papers in. My rental papers were due to be signed on the middle of March, and I was in the hospital. So she said, "We'll do it next month. That's okay. Do it next month." That's the middle of April. I was in the hospital. So when I came in Thursday night from the hospital, I ran into the manager, the superintendent, and he asked me how I was doing. And I said, yeah, I got papers I have to sign for Barbara and give to you. He says, she's coming in tomorrow. She'll be here all day. So I made myself walk downstairs. I wasn't planning on it. Walk downstairs. I said, here's the papers. Please take them before something else happens. Because every month I've tried to give them to you, something's happened. Take them now. BH says can't have carbonated beverages or spicy foods, but I have no problem with sour foods. I eat lemons for snacks sometimes. It's not good for teeth enamel, so not often. Yeah. My stomach used to have a lot of issues. I had a hiatal hernia, which hasn't bothered me recently. Knock on wood. And then I had my gallbladder, and that was another problem. And I had to go super bland for the gallbladder. So, BH, I said good night, but I keep typing bad me. Go to sleep, Sprinkle. Yeah, I wondered when you kept on talking. I said, okay, well, I'm not going to stop you. I have a now. If I can eat spicy foods like pepperoni and stuff like that in early in the day, but if I eat it too late at night, I have GERD, which a stomach condition, and it'll back up in my esophagus, and oh my god, I wake up choking on this nasty stuff. So I shouldn't eat spicy foods too late in the day. Oh gosh, I hate lemon. Lemons are nice, Amelia says. Do you eat it like an apple? Apparently, people judge when you eat an onion like an apple, speaking from experience. I eat tomatoes like an apple. I know people look at me funny for that, too. I like a tomato with salt on it and just eat it like an apple. Lemons are eaten more like oranges. I just saw a toddler eating an onion like an apple, and I felt so bad for him. He swore it was an apple as tears rolled down his cheeks. I hate onions so. Oh my gosh. My best friend from school, she was mean to her brother, and she took pickle juice out of the the pickle jar, and put it in a glass. And I forget what she told him it was. Might have been lemonade. And he took a big swig of it. And he started choking and whatnot. And it's like, the hell's that? It was pickle juice. I like onions raw, not cooked. I like raw onions. I don't care for them cooked. I don't like onion rings. I do like raw onions, especially on my hamburgers. And you know what I like? Fried bologna with cheese and onion. Ever had fried bologna? I love fried bologna on toast. It's great. I wouldn't mind having one of them right now, but I don't have any bologna. That sounds really good. Fried bologna sandwich. Yeah, that's what I say, raw onions. I don't like cooked ones either. Sometimes they're in my food and I can't pick them out, but I won't, specifically eat cooked onions if I have a way of taking them out of whatever I'm eating. Yeah, okay, well, I don't like French onion soup. We're all different. And my ex-husband used to hate. You smell like raw. You smell like onion. Ugh. So don't kiss me. Go away. Hmm. Now I can eat as many raw onions as I want because nobody cares. Not kissing anybody. You don't have to worry about it. Mary says, my grandma and mom and most of my family love fried bologna, but my grandpa hates it. We both refuse to even go near the kitchen when cooking it. Oh, you don't like it, Amelia? I love fried bologna. Hmm. Good night, BH. Are you going to make it this time? Yeah, he says, I've never tasted it, but taste is mostly smell. So, what taste is also visual. That's the word I want, visual. And I look at something that looks disgusting, I'm not going to eat it. It could be the best thing in the world, but I'm not going to eat it. So, smell and vision factor into whether I'll eat something or not. More visual for me than smell. Because not a lot of things, not everything smells. Some things do. My mom used to make liver and onions, and I'm like, oh, God. She'd make us eat it every now and then. I'm like, oh, how can you eat this stuff? It's disgusting. We used to have tomato sandwiches, too. I love tomato sandwiches. You know, technically, there's only 5 tastes. Smell actually changes what you taste. That's why you shouldn't eat near a scented candle. Never heard that one. BH says, just received the phone call. Instead of be ready by 8 a.m., it's by 7 a.m. I have to wake up at 6 a.m. I'm going to wake up at 6, leave at 7, start cleaning at 8. um, so they called you this time of night to tell you to be ready by. That's crazy. Yeah, you better go to bed. Jeez. Oh, gee. Well, here comes my lovely cough. Definitely not as bad as it was, though. Oh, my God. I was going to die. I better stop drinking that soda. But it has got caffeine in it. Mm. All righty, let's spread. Mm. You're not liking the way the chapter is going, but that's a problem for second draft. That's it, you know. First one, just write everything down and then you can start working on it. Let me pull up the timer. Reset it. 25. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sprint. All right. I was beginning to wonder if that alarm was working because it didn't go off. It seemed like an awful long time. I was working on my, well, I'm in a section I'm trying to smooth it out so there's not repeating myself, because I was repeating myself. I think I got it. And then I had, like when you're writing that you, and then what the person thinks you is thinking something, you put in italics. Well, for some reason, I put this whole section in italics and thought, wait a minute, what are you doing? That's only for if you're thinking about something. It's not for the whole paragraph. So I had to go figure that out, take that italics out of that section. But there may be more. I have to continue and see what's going on. Jenna got 719. Yay! I think that's their highest one tonight. I got quite a few words there. Changed a few sections. Took some out. I probably didn't get any more than because I took words out too. Took some stuff out. I had to cut a couple sections out. So I'm not sure. It's hard sometimes because without actually seeing it, it's hard to tell. I did more on that document in the hospital than I realized, because I'm still finding some changes. I want to stop comparing these two documents. I have another document I have to work. But I'm essentially rewriting the whole thing. So like it's an edit rewrite, Crazy. How about you, Amelia? You figure out your problem, or I wanted to go get food. I had to believe myself not to do it. I don't know. Might end up doing it anyhow. I'm really not sure if I should spend the time writing this section now. The amount of words and the effect it has on the story is very unbalanced. It all boils down to a reason for him not to go back to his previous life after the book, so I can write sequels. That's a tricky thing when you're trying to put things in there that you can go forward with. Like I'm trying to tie in my next two that I have half written, and I decided the part that's going to tie them together is they all work in the same restaurant. So that each, I can continue. And now I need to find other ways of connecting them So the characters, you know, since it's supposed to be a small town set of mysteries, like I want all the characters to be part of it. So it's going to be harder writing after the first one. And at the end of the book, he grows as a character and decides not to go back of his own volition. It's complicated sometimes, doesn't it? Jeez. I was supposed to have all this done by May 1st. Then, of course, we know what happened. And then Melanie was sick too, so she's not doing anything till July 1st. So my new deadline is July 1st. So I have about a month and a half to figure out this book. And I keep changing things. Makes things complicated. And I changed the story enough that I got a lot of things I got to watch out for. So they just don't make sense anymore. Plus, I didn't realize while I was going through old emails in the hospital, a lot of people I didn't think had sent me back their beta reader documents they had sent them back. My hair is driving me crazy. And so I have the links to them now. And I'm going to have to read through them because I didn't know they sent them back. I don't know how I missed the thing. I guess it was one of those, some days I don't check the email and the skin is so dry. They don't check the email and it slipped by me. I didn't even notice. And I thought, here I was thinking that these people that told me they were going to do it hadn't done it. And then I found all these documents. So really they had. Okay. Mary says, which means that for 3 chapters, I'm basically strengthening his reason for making a choice he's supposed to make anyways, and it kind of defeats the purpose of the choice if he's kind of forced. I have ideas for the next couple of books in the series, but it's not very developed. More like I could write books if I want to, but it can stand alone. I have a strong universe they can explore. Well, that's like if I decide not to go any further, mine can stand alone too. But now that I'm trying to put in connections to go on if I want to go on. It won't matter if I don't. Like you said, it can be a standalone. But I could also make sequels or whatever you want to call them. And like I'm looking trying to eventually find all my old nano pieces that I never did anything with and maybe making them into short mysteries, because some of them have that element that can be, worked on and written and become part of the series. Very complicated. I've never written like this before, so I'm used to writing short stories, so this is all pretty new. Pretty new for me. So I'm learning as I'm going, kind of. And I keep changing things, which doesn't help. I keep looking at the background on this thing and deciding, I keep thinking I want to change it color-wise and everything. I have to make a lot of new things up. Just giving myself more reasons. You know, I have more reasons for not doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Let's see. I have my side character's family issues, which are part of his character in the first book and then explored in the sequel. Also have my main character's power. Oh boy. I'm not sure. Scaling. Have my main character's power scaling. I have planned. Can't wait for female lead to get a gun. Interesting. It's funny though. In my story, there's a part where the main character, I have a male and a female main character. And as I've mentioned, the main character, male character, is cheating on his wife and has been. And there's a section where she confronts him and he thinks for half a moment she's got a gun. And he's like, you know, ready to freak out. But she didn't have a gun. She had divorce papers in her hand. Who doesn't love a sassy female lead who is strong, independent, and armed and dangerous? uh, just thinking about reading all those beta reader things. It's a lot of reading. Plus, I promised to do reviews to art. I have 2 art advanced reading copy, I think it's called art, before the final thing, and I have to read it and review it. The one came after the book came out. Something happened and it was that sitting at the post office. And then I just agreed to do another one. I don't know why. It must be crazy. It's a lot of reading. It's not a small book. Well, in light of my decision to skip a section of the story, I'm making a copy just in case I need this part of the draft. Good idea. Definitely a good idea. Because I'm not making new copies each. I'm just making changes, and I'm not making. I know some people actually make each draft a separate file, you know, number them or whatever. And I just keep working on it and change it as I go along. So I don't have any of the old stuff. Well, these things are starting to hurt. I just realized now. I didn't feel it till now. That's weird. So yeah, I think making a copy just in case is a very good idea. I didn't do that. Probably should have. I looked at the prompts, the ones that I was writing, the two I wrote, long ones, the two serial prompts, and I looked at today's prompt, and it didn't spark anything, so I didn't write anything. But I'm thinking, man, the last thing I need is to start another story, a long one again, because I never know what's going to end up happening when I start writing that prompt. 2 and 3, I have to copy off my blog and paste like 40 parts. So it's like opening 40 posts, copy pasting the story out of it into a Word document, and it's going to take a while. Then I have, that to work off of. And they're like in the middle of the book. They're not the beginnings. So I need to figure a beginning to start the story off and a way to make sure it connects to book 1. I have a lot to do. You still there, Jen? Or did we lose you? I know, I just looked at it. Courtney's done? Wow. She stopped early. She usually goes to like 4 or so in the morning. She's an hour behind me. That's why watching hers used to be, she'd go and, I'm an hour ahead of her. So it was like, oh, wow. She always did really late ones. Yeah, she usually does go for a long time, and she usually goes late at night. So I'm surprised she's already done, because it's 12:30 where she is. So that's early for her. I haven't been to one of hers in a long time. Well, I don't get, unless I happen to hit on a notification, I don't usually know about it. She did a lot of them alone late at night. If she was like trying to finish up the book, like she's trying to get it done, she would run late even if she was alone. But she definitely did late ones with Brooke. She always did the witching hours, they called it, and it would run to 3 or 4 in the morning. Their time, I think. Or is it my time? I don't know. Maybe they're both in the same time zone. I'm not sure. But this is really early for her. She's done already. Mary says editing the section out is like peeling off a parasite. There's references everywhere. That's one of the problems I'm coming across. Because the first one I copied over the old story and just started taking things out and adding things in. And I'm finding things that don't belong in the story because I cut them out. But the reference is there, and I have to be very careful. So you've already written a few chapters talking about leading up to the scene I want to take out. Yeah, I understand that definitely causes a problem. Definitely ran into the same issue myself. Have fun. I know it can be awkward. I suppose it's good though. It means I'm not just throwing in something, it's thoroughly weaved into the narrative. Mm. And now that I'm, like I said, now that I decided to make it a series, and I know I need to add the references in and stuff to, you know, connect at least book two, if not the rest of them. I want the characters to be part of the town and be involved in the different stories. I don't know how possible that's going to be. Good for the things you want to stay in, at least, yeah. I know there's going to be a lot of stuff. This thing's going to end up being a lot shorter because when I did the interrogations, you basically just copy pasted each one in. And that's what somebody was complaining about, the repetition, because, you know, they would tell the same story. And people already knew the story and they didn't want to read it for each person being interrogated. And I don't know how to do it without repeating. How do you interrogate them? They're all got the same information. You're going to ask them the same questions. You're going to have the same answers. So how do I make it different? Which is another issue I still have to sort through. Because there's too much repetition, but how else do you do it? You're going to ask them the same questions. They're going to have maybe not the same answers. I mean, I had to go in and, you know, work through each one and change it up for that person. But, you know, there was a lot of stuff leading up to it that could be copy pasted. I know I need to make it different so it's not all the same. I want food. I don't know. What do you guys want to do? I gotta do my breathing medicines. And it takes me a lot longer to get ready for bed with this stupid thing on. And I'm still not tired. That's part of the problem. I don't want to lay down and be uncomfortable and lay there wide awake. Oh, okay. Talking to your daughter. Well, let's do another one because I was just getting into a spot. Let's see if I can. get some more of it straightened up. Timer. Keep forgetting where I put the timer. All right, 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And now I'm having time issues. I'm trying to, because they changed her job and the hours, and now everything coming afterward is not lining up. It's always something. I forgot to give myself insulin after my last meal, and I was wondering why my insulin had risen. Well, because I didn't give myself insulin. I mean, my glucose had risen. I hadn't given myself any insulin. So I just ate a little something else and added the amounts now for my insulin. Got to stop doing that. You're currently uncomfortable, but you have cats, so you can't really change that. Oh, well. Yeah, it's one thing I don't have to worry about anymore. I don't have pets anymore. So I changed some more issues that I italicized for some reason. I'm not sure why I did that. In my head, I had a reason at the time I did it, but I'm not sure what it was for, because it doesn't make sense now. I know you only italicize it if it's thoughts. They're thoughts. You don't italicize the whole thing. Oh, jeez. It's nuts. So Jen says, I only got 376 that time, and I think I'm calling it a night. 376. That is pretty low for you. Maya said, I got some more changes made and got a snack. The princess has made plans tomorrow when before there were none. I gather the princess is your kid. All right, guys, that's fine. I should be getting myself ready for bed anyhow, so it's been 9 hours. I wasn't planning on doing this long, but I feel fine, so I can't do nothing about the foot. It has nothing to do with this, so. And it keeps my mind off my foot if I'm concentrating on this, so. It's got its purposes. I will put up a thing tomorrow if I decide to sprint tomorrow night. I'll have to see how I feel in the morning or afternoon, because the time I get to bed, it's going to be really early in the morning. That's good. I'm glad you've been writing all evening. You got a lot done. Good night, both of you. Have a good night. And thanks for coming.